Good morning. My name is Councillor Gary Crawford. I'm the chair of the Budget Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we do have quorum, and I'd like to now call the meeting 22 to order. I'd like to welcome everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council live. I ask for everyone's patience as we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. Members, this is a paperless meeting. The City Clerk will provide today's presentation materials on toronto.ca/council and for members on the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are also available for you remotely if you need help with any of your devices. I'd also like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as the chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate on the debate and vote on items. And members, can you please keep your mics muted during the presentation and please keep your video on. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are meeting in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, and we acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic. Seeing none, this is a special meeting of the Budget Committee, the review of the 2021 capital and operating budgets. We have two items on the agenda today, BU 21.1, the election of the Vice Chair, and BU 21.2, the 2021 capital and operating budgets. Members, as this is our one of our first meetings after the midterm of council, we do need to elect a Vice Chair, so we'll have to go through a process to do that. First of all, are there any nominations for the Vice Chair of the Budget Committee? Councillor McKelvey?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Bradford.
Councillor Bradford has been nominated as Vice Chair of the Budget Committee. We'll have to call a nomination a second time. Are there any further nominations for Vice Chair? Councillor Layton, did you have your hand up? Sorry. Okay. I'm calling for nominations and a third and final time. Are there any nominations for Vice Chair? Hearing no further nominations, I declare that the nominations are closed. We will now vote on the nominations, and it's, of course, a given that Councillor Bradford will be continuing as Vice Chair of the Budget Committee. And Councillor Bradford, congratulations, and looking forward to working you as Vice Chair for the next little under 2 years, I believe. So anyway, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we do have to, we just have to do all in favor, opposed, that's carried, just to make sure we... Thank you. So before we begin, I want to take a moment to explain how the next 3 days are going to proceed. Our focus for these 3-day meetings will be to hear presentations and ask questions of divisions and agencies about their individual budgets. The details of each division and agency's budgets are in the staff recommended budget notes, which are available online at toronto.ca/council. Please note that the full schedule of budget presentations is available on agenda item BU 22.2 2021 capital and operating budgets. I have asked for presentations from some divisions and agencies and for others. We'll just be asking questions and answers very similar to what we have done in years past. So today we're going to be hearing presentations on the staff recommended budgets for the divisions that are part of the Community and Social Services Group, Toronto Public Health, and the Toronto Community Housing Corporation. We have also have an opportunity to ask questions to the accountability officers, the Auditor General, the Integrity Commissioner, and the Lobbyist Register and Ombudsman. Again, just going over what we'll do is we'll just very shortly we'll have a service group presentation, and from there we'll go into each of the individual agencies. So we will go one by one, and I think you have them in front of you, hopefully, with each agency or division to ask questions. So we'll start off. We have Children's Services, Economic Development and Culture, Housing Secretariat, Toronto Employment and Social Services, Toronto Paramedics, Parks, Forestry, Recreation, Shelter Support, and Housing Administration, Court Services, Senior Services, and Long-Term Care and Social Development, Finance Administration. So we'll be asking questions on each individual division as we go through. At the end of today's presentations and questions, we will recess and reconvene again tomorrow morning to continue hearing more presentations and asking more questions. I also want to remind members, if you have any motions requesting briefing notes, please submit your motion in writing to the clerk as soon as possible. These motions, with your permission, will be shared with myself and the Executive Director of Financial Planning. As this is a multi-day meeting, we will actually do a vote, and this is similar to all years that we've been doing this. Take a vote on all the briefing note requests at the end of the item on Friday. But if you do have briefing note requests, if you can get them into the clerk as soon as possible. We do tend to have quite a few of them each year, so it takes a bit of organizing and management to make sure that we can do it as efficiently as possible. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to the clerks or myself on any of that. Budget Committee will be hearing public speakers on the 2021 capital and operating budgets this Monday, January 25th, and Tuesday, January 26th. Members of the public who wish to speak at the Budget Committee meetings can register by emailing buc@toronto.ca and choose whatever time slot you want. There are 3 time slot areas. The first is being 9:30 to 12:30. Second, 1:30 to 4:30, and then 6 to 9 p.m. That'll give members of the public the ability to choose a certain time slot so they'll get a general sense of when they'll be speaking to us. Members, are there any questions before we begin the presentations? Okay, then let's start with the first presentation. I'll put it over to staff to begin.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Juliana.
Thank you, Kelly. That's the right slide. So good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee, and thank you for this opportunity to present the 2021 recommended budget for community and social services. Next slide, please, Kelly. So I think as you're all aware, community and social services is really grounded in and guided by our firm commitment to equity and inclusion. And our united vision for Toronto is a caring, friendly, dynamic city that invests in quality of life and values diversity. We work in partnership with all of our city divisions and agencies in helping advance Council's key priorities and strategic outcomes. But we do play a more significant role in the area of housing, affordable and supportive housing, economic resiliency, recovery and renewal, as well as people, neighborhoods, and well-being. Next slide, please, Kelly. So this is the 10 program areas that fall under community and social services. You're familiar with them all. They each provide a variety of services, and those services are described in the budget notes that you have received. Next slide, Kelly. Thank you. So in terms of priority areas, as I mentioned, equity is pretty fundamental to all that we do, and I think it's pretty critical to the city's recovery and rebuild efforts. You know, I think you recognize that COVID has really magnified and deepened some longstanding systemic social and health inequalities related to poverty, racism, and other forms of discrimination. And our future as a city, from both an economic and a social perspective, will hinge on how well we do to make Toronto a more equitable, inclusive, and prosperous city for all. And community and social services is very much focused on ensuring that all Torontonians, all of our neighborhoods and businesses, have access to the programs and services they need to enable them to fully participate in and benefit from Toronto's economic and social vibrancy and prosperity. Housing, of course, is a key priority in that regard, and we are focused on accelerating our affordable housing plans as part of the city's recovery and rebuild efforts. We are actually pivoting away from homelessness services and investing more in permanent housing. It is an approach that is much more sustainable, and it results in much better outcomes for the individuals that we serve. And we're also committed to modernizing our services and our various delivery channels to better and more effectively meet the expectations and needs of our residents and businesses. However, we will always ensure that our more vulnerable residents continue to be able to access the services and supports they need in the manner that is easiest for them and quickest for them and most responsive to supporting their needs. Next slide, Kelly. So I think it goes without saying that 2020 was an exceptional year. You know, the COVID pandemic impacted all of us, residents, businesses, and communities alike. And as a public service, we rapidly came together and we worked across and with all city divisions, agencies, and corporations, other orders of government, our community partners, as well as the private sector to design and mobilize, coordinate, arrange, and host of best-in-class, innovative programs and services aimed at protecting the public and minimizing spread, minimizing social and economic impacts, and supporting the more vulnerable communities, residents, and businesses that were hardest hit by COVID and the related public health restrictions. And as the pandemic continues to evolve and change, we successfully pivot and adapt our responses and our service offerings based on and in response to new data that comes out, emerging conditions, changing public health guidance, new and emerging needs, as well as new partnership opportunities. I think that you'll all agree that fundamentally, we continue to rise to the challenge in meeting the very growing and complex needs of our residents and clients. And I can assure you that our experience in 2020 and all the lessons we've learned throughout this year will continue to inform and guide our services and our response in 2021. Next slide, Kelly. So some of the challenges that we do foresee for 2021 include continuing to keep staff and residents safe as the pandemic continues, the uncertainty around the resurgence and changing public health restrictions and how that will impact services and service planning, determining how service standards and service models may need to change and adapt in a sustainable way to meet new or changing legislation or regulations, as well as evolving customer expectations. Next slide, Kelly. So understanding how we might have to modify our services and or adapt or develop new services to meet increasing demand and heightened community needs is another challenge that we do foresee. We anticipate that vulnerable families, neighborhoods, and businesses hardest hit by COVID will continue to struggle and require support for some years after COVID is behind us. And the pressure for city services as the support will likely increase, and that's given the financial and fundraising impact that we see COVID is having on the not-for-profit sector and community service providers. Another challenge relates to the uncertainty of future and ongoing funding and supports from the provincial and federal government, as well as shifting policy and legislative requirements that may impact our services. Next slide, Kelly. But I think you can all agree that community and social services is always up for a challenge, and we are always ready to leverage emerging opportunities and partnerships. So for 2021, our focus will be very much on continuing to protect residents, clients, and staff from COVID, advancing Council's targeted COVID equity measures to support our hardest hit communities and families, supporting and prioritizing economic recovery. And let us not forget that 2021 is the year of public art. Branded as Art Works TO, the city is going to be launching a 10-year public art strategy with greater emphasis on equity, public engagement, and accessibility. So throughout 2021, we will be animating the city with new public art installations in every ward. Next slide, Kelly. Thank you. So we are also going to be prioritizing and investing in building a prosperous Toronto. And in that regard, we're modernizing services and delivery channels to better meet customer expectations, service demand, and changing needs and requirements. We are accelerating the development of affordable and supportive housing. We continue to advance Council's poverty reduction strategy, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, and the Child Care Growth Strategy, to name a few. Next slide, Kelly. And Council's senior strategy will continue to be a key area of focus, as will community safety and well-being. We will continue to maintain and invest in our natural spaces and our parks. You know, they are such an important part of our city, and they are used and enjoyed by many. That use continues to increase, particularly during this pandemic. And a key priority that we see in terms of building a prosperous Toronto will be a very deliberate focus on advancing public policy efforts to dismantle longstanding systemic and structural inequalities and focus on expanding access to opportunity and prosperity for all Torontonians. Next slide, Kelly. So this slide just summarizes at a high level the 2021 staff recommended budget. So on the operating side, you'll see that it invests 4.2 billion gross and 1.6 billion net in community and social services. That represents a significant increase. It's approximately 24% over both the 2020 projected actual as well as the 2020 approved budget. That increase is largely related to COVID. And then there are decreases anticipated in 2022 and 2023, the outer years, and that's really because we anticipate reversal of some of these COVID expenses. And then in terms of capital, the recommended budget and the plan invests $5.9 billion over 10 years in aging infrastructure and redevelopment, as well as new development and facilities. Next slide, Kelly. So I'm going to quickly now walk us through the 2021 staff recommended operating budget. Next slide. Thank you, Kelly. So as I mentioned, the 2021 operating budget invests $4.2 billion in community and social services. You'll see that 28% of that is directed towards shelter support and housing, 27% towards employment and social services, and then children's services and parks, forestry, and recreation account for 15% and 11%. The balance is allocated among the remaining program areas. That recommended budget also includes an investment in new and enhanced. We have $13.7 million gross, and I'm going to walk you through those details later on. And the budget also accounts for the continued impacts of COVID. Next slide, Kelly. So where does the money go? Well, grants and income supports, which are largely funded by the province, account for approximately 40% of our gross expenditures, followed by salary and benefits, which accounts for another 30% of our spend, and services and rent is at 26%. And then in terms of funding sources, you're all aware that many of our community and social services are cost shared with other orders of government. So it's not surprising to see that provincial and federal subsidies account for 54% of our funding, and property taxes funds 37%. The balance comes from user fees and other revenues. Next slide, Kelly. So this slide, it's a little busy, but it does summarize the 2021 budget by program area with a comparison to prior years. And you'll see that all but one program area are actually experiencing an increase compared to the 2020 projected actuals. Overall, that our 2021 recommended budget is almost $300 million, so it's $298 million higher than the 2020 projected actuals, and it's $305 million higher than our 2020 approved budget. The net decrease that you'll see there in court services is attributable to increased fine levels. In 2020, COVID really impacted the volume of charges that were laid, and therefore it impacted the revenues, but we do anticipate that in 2021, charge volume will return to more normal levels. And then in shelter support and housing, that $249 million increase is related to, in large part, the cost of operating the additional shelter facilities that we had to open up in 2020 in order to ensure physical distancing across the shelter system. Next slide, Kelly. So as I mentioned, there's $13.7 million being invested in new and enhanced services. So 3.7 is directed towards poverty reduction. That includes $2.9 million to expand eligibility for the city's transit fare pass program, $582,000 for community benefits, and $189,000 for Anchor TO. And that's a social procurement strategy, which is fully funded by the Atkinson Foundation. Then there's $3.5 million for community safety and other priorities, and that includes $1.7 million for police reform, $1.4 million for towards peace, and $389,000 for confronting anti-Black racism. We have $2 million for not-for-profit housing organizations, and that's to help them acquire and develop properties for affordable housing, and then $4.5 million for the year of public art. Next slide, Kelly. Now, before I get into the capital budget and plan, there is one final point on operating that I want to make you aware of. Paramedic Services recently received provincial funding confirmation for expanded community paramedicine programming. these new programs, they weren't included in our original budget notes and in our original estimates that you have before you for 2021, and that's because it was only recently received. The programs are 100% provincially funded, and the Chief will be submitting a supplementary report to committee outlining and describing the new initiatives as well as the impact on the 2021 staff recommended budget. So now we'll quickly move to the capital plan. Next slide, Kelly. So the 2021 recommended capital budget is $897 million, and most of that goes towards growth and service improvement projects. Almost 67% is directed there. 31% is for state of good repair, and that's largely for Toronto community housing as well as parks, forestry, and recreation. And the balance is dedicated to health and safety initiatives and legislative projects. And in terms of where the money comes from, the main funding source is debt. 45% is funded from debt. Federal and provincial grants and subsidies fund 27%. Reserves fund 13%. 6.3% comes from development charges. And the balance comes from other revenues as well as recoverable debt. Next slide, Kelly. So in terms of the 10-year, one before Kelly. Thank you. So the 10-year capital plan is $5.9 billion. Again, growth and service improvements accounts for most of that, 56%. 44% is in state of good repair, and then the balance is dedicated to health and safety and legislative projects. Debt still remains the main funding source over that 10-year period, followed by development charges at 15%, reserve funds as approximately 11%, and then other revenues fund 9%, and the balance comes from recoverable debt as well as federal and provincial subsidies. Next slide, Kelly. So this slide just summarizes at a very high level some of the major projects that are captured over that 10-year plan under each of the capital investment areas. And they're more fully described in the budget notes that you have before you for each of the program areas. Next slide, Kelly. So I think this is our last slide, and this is these are just the projects that are not included in the 10-year plan. We refer to them as falling below the line, and we have 4 long-term care homes that need to be redeveloped. They need to be redeveloped over a 10 to 15-year period, and that's in order to comply with new legislated design standards. So the $381 million that's shown here on the slide, that's the amount that's needed over the next 10 years. But the total cost for redeveloping all 4 homes over that full 15-year period is $640 million. There's also $370 million in state of good repair for our recreation facilities, parks, and the ravine strategy, almost $428 million in housing projects, and then $160.5 million other projects, which include a new communication center for Paramedic Services and the Museum of Toronto. And that wraps up my presentation, Mr. Chair and members of committee, and we're happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much, Juliana. What we'll do is just see if there's any questions on the overall presentation. We will be going specifically into all of the divisions, so and we'll be able to ask questions specifically on divisions. So I'm just curious if there are any overall questions that may be needed to ask on just the overall presentation in the service group. And then again, we'll go into each individual division so you can ask specific questions. Okay, so why don't we'll work, run down. Hopefully everybody has a list in front of them. We'll begin, the first 3 are Children's Services, then Economic Development and Culture, then the Housing Secretariat. So we'll begin with Children's Services. Questions of staff. Are there any outside councillors who have questions? Seeing none, we will take it to committee. Do we have committee members who wish to ask questions? I see Councillor Carroll to begin, and then Councillor Nunziata. Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, it's a big overarching question. I'm having trouble reconciling the outline of the budget on page 8 with the COVID impact on page 19. And I'm wondering if you could just sort of maybe just walk us through those, because when I'm trying to get at where did the Safe Restart money end up? What year is it in? Is the 15 million in 2021 part of that? So I'm wondering if I could get a sort of a concentrated walkthrough of page 8 and page 19.
So are you referring to the presentation, Councillor Carroll?
No, I'm sorry. I thought we could ask questions of the budget itself. I'm in the notes now.
Oh, my apologies.
We're on Children's Services, right?
Yes, we're on
So I'm
Children's
referring to
Services right now.
Okay, so those page numbers are in the actual notes. I'm going straight there.
Okay, just give me a second. I had it here. Just have to. Oh.
Sorry. Hi. Sorry, I was on mute. Julie, I can respond, I think, through the
Okay,
chair.
if I can just, Mr. Chair, I have a lot of questions. So if I could just be picky, I see my clock is already at 1.5 minutes and I'm just starting to get an answer. Thank you.
I just reset
great.
it for you.
Go ahead, Shanley, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. So I'm looking at your question, I think specifically was related to the Safe Restart funding and the impact that that's had on the budget. So in 2020, the province provided Safe Restart funding to the childcare sector. For the City of Toronto, our allocation was approximately 47.5 million. So that money was made available, is essentially a flow through, made available to operators to support them with increased staffing, increased vacancies due to mandatory closures, increased PPE, increased cleaning. So that funding was received from the province, was fully expensed to the sector. And you'll see on page 19 in the support from other levels of government, I think you're referring to, that's the Safe Restart funding. So that was committed for 2020. And it has been fully expensed to the sector, giving them some financial support during this uncertain time. And as you know, the sector is still not fully stabilized, so they're able to draw on those funds to support them with those increased costs and reduced revenues.
So they're drawing on them still in 2021?
The funding was for 2020. We advocated through OMSA that the operators should be able to keep those funds. So it's December 31st, 2020, they had not fully expensed them, that they would be able to keep them up until March 31st. I am extremely confident, given the second shutdown of kindergarten and school-age childcare, that the operators will have expensed most, if not all, of that money.
Okay, I think you just made it very clear to me. So those funds, they appear on this chart, but they're actually they're drawn on based on individual operator decisions. I think that's the reason it was not quite clear to me. So
Yes.
So in 2021,
Yes.
when we get into 2021, looking at some of the challenges, I'm trying to understand what's happening in 2021, given that we still have a lot of work at home, a lot of people out of there. What funds are built into the 2021 budget for the actual costs of restarting? We have some centers down. We have some clients shifted to other places because the enrollment had dropped so much. I would assume we're going to have some people who need to requalify coming back. Are there funds built into the 2021 budget that actually allow you to post lockdown expend whatever is needed administratively and in terms of operations and management to get us back up to all the places that are currently closed being fully open and fully enrolled?
Right. So here, the 2020 budget does include investments to support the sector, primarily a cost of living increase, but also funding to support some of the PPE and enhanced staffing. So that was a net city increase that will be made available to operators. Having said that, at this point, neither the provincial or federal governments have committed to a different funding model or supports for 2021. In 2020, the province, to their credit, was fairly flexible and allowed municipalities to repurpose unspent fee subsidy dollars, given that the enrollment is gradually increasing. They gave us the flexibility to repurpose those 100% for support for operators to cover a number of their expenses. So although that commitment has not been confirmed for 2021, we continue to dialogue with the province and advocate that the same approach continues to be needed in 2021 in order to maintain the sector.
Okay, so I think that partly answers my last question as well. My last question is your actual target for subsidies being used. We got all the way down to 18,000. There are only 18,000 subsidies in use over the year. Your target is to get back up to the 30,700. Is that contingent on the funds we're waiting to fill this budget? The whole 856 is part of that dollars that have to come to your budget to fill these to fill these subsidies back up?
The 2021 budget request includes the full provincial allocation, assuming a full service level back to pre-COVID levels, as does the city's budget. So the budget assumes that gradually over the coming months, that the sector will resume back to the pre-COVID levels, and that funding is committed to in order to reach that target.
Thank you, Councillor. Go to.
I think my time is up, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. It is. Councillor Nunziata, next for questions.
Yes, I just have one question on clarification. It's on page 15 of 29, the capital. In particular, the Mount Dennis, 9.6 million deferred to future years. Project remains on schedule. So if we're deferring that, as you know, we're constructing the daycare center as we speak. Does that mean that there'll be a delay in the opening? If you can just clarify that.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, Councillor, there is absolutely no delay in the Mount Dennis project. It is moving forward on schedule. The bring forward amount would potentially be funding that wasn't expensed in the previous year, but I can assure you that project is on track and moving forward. And if you drive by, you'll see quite a bit of activity happening at that site.
So so the 9.6 million deferred to future years, can you explain that?
Let me just pull that up. On page 9, you said?
No, page 15 of,
No.
15 of 29. Because
So
I'm
if the
not
funding, Mount Dennis, right. It would have been the recasting. So the project was slow initially to start. There was some delays related around the site. So the timing and the scheduling of the cash flow for the project may have changed from the initial forecast, and that would just reflect that things have been pushed forward, and the cash flow and the payments have been recast to reflect the actual experience.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other members who would like to ask questions on Children's Services? Councillor McKelvey. And Councillor Layton after
Thank you. I just wanted to know, what is the total amount that we're spending on childcare in the City of Toronto this year?
So the net for Children's Services for childcare for City of Toronto this year is approximately $91 million. That's the city's contribution.
And is going to be maintaining the number of childcare spots and the number of childcare subsidies?
Yes, absolutely. That assumes pre-COVID service level and it protects prior year investments in affordability, subsidies, and capital.
And so we're contributing 91 million. What does the province contribute to this?
The province's contribution, the gross contribution from the province, like the total is approximately 630 million.
And is this
It's
a
gross.
typical funding agreement for municipalities in Ontario, or do we pay a bigger share than others?
Councillor, and through the chair, this is a typical agreement. So across the province, municipalities receive approximately 80% of their funding from other levels of government, including provincial and federal governments. And then cities have a required cost share contribution that they contribute towards those services. And it is the typical arrangement.
So how does it work if we want to expand? Do we need to secure the provincial funding first? Like because if we expand, is there a risk that we don't have provincial or funding, the balance of it?
Through the chair, Councillor, we have Children's Services in City of Toronto has a 10-year growth strategy that actually looks at what is needed over the next 10 years to meet demand for childcare in the City of Toronto. So that strategy relies on investments from all levels of government. There is, although the city does make its contribution and did commit to increasing its contribution when there's new investments from provincial and federal governments to keep pace. Certainly the magnitude of funding for the sector comes from the province, and the growth strategy is very clear that we can't do it alone, and we do need to rely on those other partners to contribute. And then the city, through the growth strategy, has committed to also make a contribution to achieve those objectives.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Ben. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would also say that I believe Councillor Perks has some questions. If we could indulge him, we may be able to avoid a second round of questions.
Mr. Chair, before we start another round of questions, someone is not muted and I'm having trouble hearing.
We'll have a look at that. If anybody is not muted, if you can maybe mute yourself. Thanks.
If you wouldn't mind, Budget Chief, if I could have those 30 seconds back.
I'll restart your time, and then we'll, with the indulgence of the committee, I guess Councillor Perks would like to ask a few questions. We can do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Budget Chief. I'm going to try to be really quick in asking them. Have we any idea of what most childcare centers will need as a result of the 2021 year, given our current trajectory?
When you talk about what they need, well, they certainly are experiencing, a gradual return to care. So they will need continued funding in order to remain stable. They certainly continue to need supports around health and safety, which the city has been leading that, ensuring that they have all of the training and supports they need for health and safety. And, they need to connect with families during this difficult time, during a pandemic. It's increasingly difficult to make those connections with families virtually, inviting them to return to care or for new children to enroll in centers. So Children's Services has done some promotional videos for families to really educate them on what childcare looks like now during the pandemic.
I'm sorry, Shanley, if I could, I'm only going to get 3 questions if answers like that. Do we know the cost or the amount of money we will need to make sure that no centers close as a result of the safe restart?
Councillor, at this point, we do not have a number. Given the significant uncertainty and the opening and closing and reopening and reclosing of programs, that need would be shifting, literally is shifting weekly with the school closures and then the recent closure of kindergarten and school age programs, which continues to be extended week by week. We have asked operators to report to us what they think their costs are, but it's obviously very difficult to confirm that when sort of weekly the landscape is shifting.
Okay. How many centers have closed or are planning on closing in the coming months as a result of this uncertainty?
At this point, we're aware of 27 centers that have closed. The majority of those are non-purchase, so centers where the city does not have a relationship or a service agreement, so we don't have quite the same line of sight. There's been some centers that have closed or transferred their services to the school board through before and after school. And that is normal, Councillor, year over year. We do see a handful of centers close while a number also reopen. So that's typical of a given year. We have not had significant concerns from operators saying they are closing directly as a result of COVID.
Well, that's quite different than the ones I hear from my ward that are telling me directly it's a result of COVID that they're planning on closing. So I think we need to get some certainty that that's the case. We're not assuming any contingency or building any contingency funds into the budget in case the province doesn't allow us to continue the current relationship, or we find that centers are closing and we don't have funds to help them remain stable. No?
We have included in a cost of living increase for childcare sector, which includes the cost of living as well as some additional supports. But certainly the bulk of any financial support, we would need to rely on our provincial and federal partners to contribute to that.
Sure. Will subsidy rates and general operating grants be adjusted to recognize the fluctuating enrollment, revenue loss, part-time attendance, increased staff? It sounds like increased staffing and some of the COVID-related issues are covered, but are general operating grants flexible enough in order to address the fluctuating enrollments?
Where we have the flexibility, yes, we have, particularly around the fee subsidy policies and providing operator with supports around short-term vacancies through attendance. So we are applying the maximum amount of flexibility within the provincially legislated program and funding. But yes, we continue to do that and continue to advocate for the province to give us the authority to repurpose that funding to provide those supports.
In the childcare growth strategy, there are several metrics. One is the number of spaces that they be equal to 50% of the population of age, and a subsidy measurement. Are we on track to achieve either of those under the current funding arrangements with other levels of government leading up to 2017? We are only planning on returning to the subsidy rates of 2019, I think it's next year. Are we on track to have an investment to achieve both of those metrics of number of subsidies, proportion of subsidies, and proportion of spaces?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, prior to the pandemic, we were definitely on track. We'd had a 3-year targeted investment in both subsidies and spaces, and we were seeing improvements in affordability. Definitely in 2020, there has been certainly no progress in terms of increased spaces or subsidies. However, we do continue to advance the growth strategy at this point through our capital projects. So those spaces continue to be built, and many of them will be coming on board this year or next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll sneak Councillor Perks in quickly, and then we'll go to Councillor Bradford after that. Councillor Perks.
Thank you
and then
so
Councillor
much,
Ford.
Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the members for indulging me. So I want to, one of the things that I'm trying to understand about the system, we budgeted that we will return to last year's full operating by the end of this year. But I'm concerned, and this comes from some questions Councillor Layton was answering, whether the capacity will exist. If a center closes, you lose staff, you lose your lease, you lose your license. Have we done a review to see if the spaces will exist by the end of the year?
Through the chair and to the councillor, the spaces, as I said, there are still some centers that are temporarily closed. And obviously the future is uncertain, but at this point, there is definitely a decreased demand for service for families as
I'm
they're
not
working
asking about
virtually.
the demand. I'm asking about the
Right.
capacity. Will the capacity to deliver the same number of spaces exist in December 2021
Right.
as what we budgeted for?
Yes, that is the expectation, the assumption that we have the same number of fee subsidies and spaces by the end of this year, and we will gradually build back to that service level.
And is there anything in this budget that provides the city's share, not the whole cost, the city's share, if a center or a group of centers that are needed to have that capacity available close, losing their staff, losing their license, losing their lease? Is any money budgeted to backstop to prevent that?
The funding that has been included in the budget is a cost of living adjustment, as well as recognizing some of the enhancements related to the pandemic. So the city's share would be and continues to be invested and would continue to be throughout the year.
I don't know that that quite answered my question. Yes, there's a cost of living adjustment. I see it. But I'm a daycare operator. I have no kids coming in because of the lockdown. I have to lay off my staff. I wind up the operation. I can't afford to pay my lease. I let it go. I lose my license. Is there money budgeted anywhere that if an operator comes to us in those circumstances, we can help them stay open so the capacity exists to get back to the level we want to be at? Is there any money budgeted for that contingency?
No, not specifically, but I will say, Councillor, that the operators, yes, they are struggling, and they have certainly been directed very strongly to continue to access all of the federal support. Currently, they can access up to 75% of the support for their salaries, and in some cases rent, to continue to stabilize them during this uncertain period.
Okay. Along a similar line, in answer to a question from Councillor Layton about meeting our 10-year goals, you stated that we depend on getting federal and provincial funding, but these are cost share arrangements. So have we budgeted to have our share of the cost of expanding the capacity available in the event that the federal and provincial money comes through? Or have we merely budgeted to get back to our previous level?
Through the chair, so the city had a phased approach to in contributing a net towards growth, and we have certainly met that year over year. So we continue to invest in the sector year over year. Our contribution this year reflects that.
On the capital side, but does it on the operating side?
On the operating side as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going to now go to Councillor Bradford.
Much through the chair. Does our Safe Restart ask of the feds in the province include a specific ask funding for childcare?
Through the chair and to Councillor, the Safe Restart funding is a specific provincial federal program for childcare dedicated for that purpose. So the province did contribute that Safe Restart funding directly to the sector.
And for this year as well, that's specifically articulated in that ask?
Oh, yes, certainly. In terms of our 2021, while there's been no commitment to continued Safe Restart funding, we certainly, through our intergovernmental channels and advocacy, continue to advocate that that funding needs to continue.
Okay, curious about the wait list for the subsidies. Do we have a sense of what that wait list looks like right now?
Yeah, yes, we do. So currently we have about 23,000 families on the wait list, but I will tell you that we've done a lot of work on our waiting list, and of those 23,000 families, there's only 14,000, not only, but who are waiting now. So there's families are quite uncertain about when they're going to return, given their employment, given virtual learning, given concerns about health and safety. So families may not be ready to return to care now, but they want more than 9,000 of them want to remain on the waiting list for the time that when they are able to return.
So I wanted to ask about that. How has that changed as a result of the pandemic over the last year? That wait list and folks' needs for childcare, and how are you forecasting that for the year ahead?
Through the chair. So yes, families are certainly facing a lot of uncertainty at this time about when they will want to return to care again. A lot of that is dependent on the progression of the pandemic and economic recovery. Many families will not choose to return to care until they return to work or in-person school, and that's really hard to predict at this time. We continue to work actively with operators and families, so those families who are waiting now and are ready now can access service. However, having said that, as I said earlier, since January, there's been a number of shifts in which childcare programs can operate, which are closed, which are providing regular service, which are providing emergency childcare. So it's very much a shifting landscape, and that's difficult for parents to determine when they're going to return when the landscape is shifting so frequently.
Are you preparing a number of different scenarios, where you have folks returning at different levels depending on where we are with the pandemic in 2021? Does it look different in Q2 than it does in Q4 as more vaccines are rolling out? Are you doing scenarios and planning for that?
Yes, absolutely. It should kindergarten and school age children return to full school, then that piece of childcare will reopen, and we'll see likely a surge of families. Once the vaccinations are rolled out, again, we'll see, I think, a different, another surge of families returning to care. So certainly we do monitor that closely, actually every day, and we'll be able to support those families when they're ready.
Okay, last question. This is a little bit more broad, but how is our approach to budgeting in 2021, particularly for things like children's services? How has that changed or evolved based on what we're seeing, based on the findings of the TOR report? There was a lot of recommendations in there that pertain to how we deliver services as a city. And what specific changes have you made in your approach to the 2021 budget to reflect those findings?
The greatest change, I'd say, is when building this budget, really applying an equity lens. So we know that not all childcare operators and not all families have been impacted equally. And so really looking at the funding and the resources we have and being able to target some of the hardest hit communities, whether that's through flexible policies or increased funding. But I would say that's been a very large focus for us this year in developing the 2021 budget.
Okay, those are all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor, with the indulgence of the committee, if we could maybe do one more outside councillor. Councillor Ford is requesting to speak or ask questions. So go ahead, Councillor Ford. And then what we'll do is when we start the rest of them, we'll do visiting councillors first. So if you have any visiting councillors have questions, you generally ask the questions prior to the bring it into committee. Just want to remind you. So, Councillor Ford.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies, Mr. Chair. The fact that we did a second round, I tried to get your attention, but thank you for your indulgence. A relatively quick question. Back a couple of years ago, we secured capital funding for the Woodbine, through the Woodbine Entertainment Complex approval in a community benefits agreement of $5 million capital. We're beginning to spend dollars in 2021 and increasing it in subsequent years. Do you have any an update on that file and what we look to achieve through the capital spend this year for Woodbine?
Yeah, thank you, to the chair. I believe there's a report coming to the executive committee where partners in that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
We've had some leads and then.
I'm just wondering if we could maybe have the answer
Sorry,
again. We had some technical difficulties, so if you could maybe just answer the question again. Apologize for the interruption.
Yeah. No problem. So yes, with our partners on that community benefits agreement, we have not secured a final location to build the childcare center, but that work is underway, including surveying families and surveying the community in terms of need. But I believe there's a report coming to executive committee in January that's going to give a more fulsome update on the Woodbine project in general.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your indulgence.
Oh, no problem. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so next we'll go on to economic development and culture. So I'll begin with visiting councillors for questions. Okay, seeing none, we will take it into committee, and I'll start with Councillor Carroll.
I apologize.
Oh.
Hi, this is Councillor Wong Tam. I apologize. I was trying to get myself back on the screen.
Oh, okay.
I do have questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so then we'll begin with Councillor Wong Tam as an outside councillor. Councillor Wong Tam, it's all yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. With respect to some of the attendance projections that are coming out of the reports that 2021, we could see some participation back to large venues. What metrics are we using at the city for those assumptions?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Wong Tam. We have invested in a research capacity in partnership with Ryerson University under a project called Lights On that is collecting global best practice in analyzing a series of metrics, including vaccine uptake, the demographics of large event attendance, and we're modeling that into what we could predict for people returning to both our events and those large events that we fund. We are sharing that information broadly through the media and through our client networks to ensure that all of our event organizing partners have the best information possible to make timely business decisions.
And so that's very helpful, but recognizing that the situation with the vaccine rollout is dynamic, I'm assuming that that is also being built into your assumptions and forecasted projections. Is that correct?
That's entirely correct. To date, we've been moving forward with quarterly announcements with respect to large events, both city-led and those on the outside that we permit. We were getting good advice from medical health professionals, such as what the demographics are for event attendance, meaning skews young, skews diverse, and what is the likelihood of that cohort getting vaccination in large numbers and at what point. So we're bearing that in mind as we make adjustments with respect to what events we would deliver or permit in the city.
Thank you. And with respect to the fact that we recognize that projections are going to be dynamic, in the budget, draft budget so far, understanding that there is an economic crisis facing theater groups, art centers, small businesses, but your budget also shows a $1.7 million net decrease with respect to those service levels. Should we not be investing as opposed to be retracting, or are you reallocating those money somewhere else?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. We are decreasing where the costs are principally associated with the delivery of large city-led events. We are reallocating a great majority of those resources in two ways. First, in the form of grants, we delivered $500K in council-approved funding from the 20 budget for a festival recovery program that allowed them to strengthen their planning, particularly around public safety protocols. Secondly, we've been applying in-house resources, meaning staff, to the most critical areas of event organizing in the city, to include 3 staff currently working on the setup of the MTCC mass vaccination site. So we've been working closely with Toronto Public Health to ensure that both our financial and human resources are being applied to those critical areas. and working very closely with event organizers to make sure that we understand their needs and we can meet them as best we can.
And is that the only program change so far? Or is there more assistance coming to arts and culture, small businesses?
There's absolutely more assistance coming. The financial position of the city limits our ability to grant our way out of the crisis. We are in active conversation with our federal partners through the city manager's office to include innovation, science and economic development at the federal level, and FedDev Ontario more locally, who provided significant funding for e-commerce adaptation. And we're looking for the next phase of that funding, hopefully soon, to assist particularly hard-hit retail in main streets, hospitality, and the cultural sector, with a focus on those particularly hard-hit places like event organizers and live music venues.
For organizations that produce those large events, large major events, the ability for us to attract more global events, how is that work being maintained? And recognizing that everyone's quite preoccupied with the pandemic, but for organizations that literally live check to check, hand to mouth, or year to year on grant funding, how are they going to sustain their financial viability, but also to ensure that they can come back stronger? Do we have everything in place to ensure that we have a strong 2021 recovery for them?
Through the chair, absolutely, Councillor Wong Tam. Knowing what festivals and events contribute to Toronto's livability, economic vitality, and brand, it's a key priority for EDC. We've been regularly convening the event organizers to assess what their needs are and to assist them both financially, and we've embedded staff at points. Additionally, we need to organize the sector a bit more. So we're hoping to convert what is now a Toronto Festival and Events Network into something closer to an industry association, so that they can benefit from shared practice, as well as perhaps pursuing economies of scale through funding that'll assist them for safe reopening. But we understand, as you say, the critical importance of these events to our city, and we're working very actively with them to ensure their sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Did we have any more outside councillors? Deputy Mayor Thompson wanted to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Through you to Mr. Tobin. Mr. Tobin, the BIPOC community have been severely impacted by COVID, and of course they were challenged prior. Can you perhaps outline some of the ideas and or initiatives that you're looking at bringing forward in terms of helping and addressing some of the challenges that the BIPOC community are facing, whether or not it's in the cultural sector or the business sector in general?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, thank you for the question. Certainly, equity has been an animating principle for this division, and that's only been made more important by the events of the summer and the way the pandemic's playing out. With respect to specific initiatives, we have an equity plan that's quite mature in the division and guides us. And then the TOR recommendations and the recommendations of Build Back Stronger allow us to look at specific initiatives. In the Build Back Stronger report, we have specific recommendations around investing in leadership development for BIPOC leaders in the broad cultural sector. Also, workforce development recommendations. We have some significant upside projections for screen-based industry employment that we need to ensure that we have a talent pipeline able to fill those jobs as we bring aboard 1 million square feet of new studio space in the near term. So those are two of the examples of what we're working on. We've been very happy, just to close, to be able to partner with outside organizations such as the Slate Family Foundation, where just this past summer we were able to announce a joint $2 million over 4-year investment in advancing Black executive and managerial talent in Toronto's music industry, and we'll continue to pursue such partnerships through 21.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we'll take it into committee now. Just want to check any more outside councillors? Nope. So we'll start with Councillor Carroll. I see McKelvey, Bradford, Layton, and Nunziata. Okay, Councillor Carroll to start.
I see there's $3 million in savings in the overall division through hiring freezes, emergency leave, and voluntary separation program. I'm wondering if you can unpack that a little bit. How many people how many positions have left permanently, and where does that leave us in terms of the staff you would need if the economy begins to kickstart again?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Carroll. The primary driver there was the voluntary separation program. EDC had fully 10 people take that up against a base of 317 total FTEs, so a fair number. They are spread across the organization in a way that requires us to work quite deliberately on succession. We have also used as a cost-saving strategies to extend that VSP period before we would replace those individuals. So we are needing to reallocate work primarily. We think that our existing complement will allow us to meet needs in 2021 through reallocating people from, for example, under public health guidance, we have our 10 city museums and 2 art centers closed. We have those people supporting areas of growing need, such as small business. So we are moving people around in special project teams, as mentioned, also with our staff working on MTCC, mass vaccination site setup, so that we're able to meet the needs as they emerge, but we are not looking to add to headcount in 21 significantly.
Okay, and then arts grants and transfers. The amount is almost the same as it was proposed for 2020. So this budget was drafted several months ago. So in the new context, what happens with art grants and transfers? If in certain disciplines, for instance, what's going to Arts Council, and some disciplines that, you know, shows can't proceed, are we going to transfer the money anyway, but track and keep track of what they're using? Or should we expect a surplus if we find ourselves in this lockdown circumstance for a protracted period of time in the first quarter?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. No, you're right. As with other sectors of the economy, impacts of COVID-19 pandemic are playing out differently in the sector. Whereas we moved grants out quickly to address the liquidity crisis in 20, we're taking a more targeted approach in 21, such as you were suggesting, whereby we will release 75% of an operating grant, holding back 25, asking for the client to demonstrate need. We have seen those organizations with high fixed costs, such as carrying buildings, particularly new buildings, are among the most acutely impacted. And at the other end, we have seen organizations perhaps benefiting from below market rent leasing arrangements, who have dropped programming, otherwise have low fixed costs. They've fared reasonably well, and we want to ensure the money is going to the areas of greatest need.
Okay. And lastly, there's just a thing in the appendix that I'm having trouble understanding. I love the idea of the community economic development grants, but I see that it's coming from a temporary slowdown out of your international trade budget. We see 400,000 coming out. And then what it looks like, the entry for the community economic development grants has a zero cost. I'm assuming what that means is the 400,000 moves over there. But does that then mean that sounds like a program that is great, and that the community might actually begin to think of reasons for, new purposes for, and will want to stick around? Is that very temporary in nature? We've got $400,000, and when it's gone, it's gone. Is that what that appendix is telling me, where it says zero cost for those grants?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Carroll. The answer is yes in the short term, meaning international travel has been reduced by fully 800K, 400K to address inflationary pressures in our operating budget, 400K reallocation for this important need that you're identifying. We would also hope, while not projecting these in our revenue targets in 21, but this is the type of grant we would propose to seek investment from other orders of government and are actively working to do so. We do agree that we think there will be sustainable demand on this, and we will need to.
Yeah, that's my one other question. Would we have to, at community, decide if we wanted to make that permanent? Will you be reporting back, here's how it got used, and recommend to us whether or not it's worth keeping?
Yes, absolutely. We'll come back to council with that information.
Okay, sorry to rush you. I was trying to get it in 5. Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor McKelvey is next.
you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. It's about Cafe TO, which I know is kind of between transportation as well as yourself. But my question was, are you looking at having partnerships that could help to fund some of this? Are we reaching out to the broader business community to see if there's interest in that?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor McKelvey. The short answer is yes. We are working in partnership with organizations like the Canadian Urban Institute, who are equally interested in animating main streets to drive traffic to small business. And we will be packaging up requests of other orders of government to support both the 2.5 million in lost parking revenue, but also there's about 1.2 million in direct operational costs associated with Cafe TO. So we will both look to hold the city whole on those costs, as well as look to scale up the program with other animation.
Okay, and if that doesn't happen, as a backup, you've included in the budget the costs here?
That's correct. And that report with greater details heading to Executive Committee for January 27. We are also using affiliated initiatives such as the Year of Public Art to bring animation into those areas to help complement what Cafe TO would be able to do if approved by Council for 21.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions. Thanks, Patrick. I want to talk about the arts funding. Wondering if you could walk me through the funding for local arts service organizations for the LASSOs, how we land on that.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councillor, through the chair. Local arts service organizations are a critical component of our overall not-for-profit arts funding arrangement. They're our main platform for delivering arts programming, accessible arts programming outside the core. The program currently has about a $1.8 million budget, which serves 6 LASSOs. Notably, the allocations at the level of the individual LASSO are primarily determined by the funding that was available to them when they were arts councils for former cities of the pre-amalgamated Toronto. As a result, they are not necessarily the allocations that one would achieve were they looking at, for example, the catchment served. We have been working primarily through an increase to the overall LASSO budget to try to bring greater equity into those funding allocations. And we've made some incremental progress, and we'll be looking to do so again this year, working with the LASSOs on both what their needs are and what their service levels are and their outcomes.
Okay, so when I'm looking at the funding allocations over the next 3 years, what steps specifically are we taking to equalize that funding, or as you said, provide some more equity in how those funds are distributed across the entire city? Because just looking at the numbers, it looks like we could improve that.
Through the chair, agree with your statement, Councillor. It is a statement that applies in part to arts funding writ large. 61% of our overall not-for-profit sector arts funding falls into the TO core area, understanding that we have some big anchor institutions there. But that is a balance that we are looking to tip in favor of outside the core. With respect to the LASSOs, the steps that we are taking is one, LASSOs have been put on fair notice that we do need to make adjustments. 2, we've set out the metrics by which we are tracking, which includes cost per attendee, cost per resident in their catchment, as well as proportion of our money as a component of their overall revenues. And we want to bring all of those into greater alignment on the understanding too that we have 2 startup LASSOs, North York Arts and East End Arts, in there who have started at a relatively lower level, and we're looking to bring up as well. So that'll be a priority for us too.
Okay, we'll talk about that. I want to jump to the commercial tax ban piece, noting that the report on tax policies went live today. Just clarifying economic development involvement in those discussions and how we're working with financial planning to advance those particular pieces of policy around commercial tax bans as it relates to our Main Street business.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Bradford. We're working closely with our colleagues in Revenue Services under their leadership to look at what particularly property tax subclasses may be able to be created under provincial jurisdiction. And we await the regulations from the province to understand what the take-up would be available to the city. The role of EDC is to work with Revenue Services to advise on needs such as the modeling for any definition of eligible entrance to such a class that would be applied at a municipal level if the provincial powers allow that to occur. My colleagues in Revenue Services may wish to comment.
I don't know if they want to comment or if they want to jump in or if I save that for a different round of questions. I'm just watching my clock tick up. Is there anyone that wants to speak to that?
To you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Bradford, happy to speak offline. There is a report, as Pat mentioned, that's coming to exec next week that outlines the work that's underway. And as he mentioned, that we are waiting for the provincial regulations, but there is a timing issue on how quickly that can be responded to once the information is made public.
Yeah, I understand that. I think when we look at the intent of the policy, as Pat identified, it's really going to be important to make sure that we're offering that tax class and that relief to the specific folks in the small business community that we're looking to provide assistance to. Last question with respect to city grants and funding. Obviously, lots of events have been canceled and postponed over the past year. And I want to understand what accountability mechanisms ECDEV has been using to track the status of funding and its use, and funding from 2020, how we're carrying that funding forward to fund the new things in 2021, like Artworks TO and other programming.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. In part, as discussed with Councillor Carroll, we were dealing in 20 with a liquidity crisis and worked to ensure that money was moving out and into the pockets of artists who remain among the hardest hit by employment category. For 21, we have to take a finer approach. So we will be issuing 75% of our operating grants, holding back a quarter, and asking for a demonstration of need. The accountability mechanisms we have is a reporting cycle that all our grantees are required to validate that what they have told us through their application they're going to do with the funds, they have in fact done, and then to look at any areas of lapse that we need to address with them. And we have a process to put clients on notice should they not be delivering on the objectives as set out in their application and set out in the program guidelines. On the understanding that every grant is a means to an end for a city goal and not an end in and of itself.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Budget Chief. First, I just wanted to very quickly thank Mr. Tobin for his hard work on one particular file that doesn't appear here, and that's his work to shepherd through the IRSS Council Fire project in Nathan Phillips Square. I know Councillor Wong Tam's very familiar with it, and others may be on council, and there's many hands doing this work. But it's the leadership of Mr. Tobin, I think, that shines above in his ability to shepherd projects through multiple divisions at the same time. And if you ever want to work with a public servant that shows dedication and care and sensitivity to a complex project, that public servant's Pat Tobin. Just saying. But now into the questions. I don't want to grill him on it, but now into the questions. First on page 4 of the service levels, of the analyst notes with the service levels, I just wanted to talk through some of them because it appears that some of them won't be returning even as of 2022. And I'm sure there are some explanations. Some go slightly above in 2021 as well. For example, the art services as a service level measure is down to 2020 in this year, 360 next year and back to up to 605 in 2022 as a target, but in 2019 that number was 934. Can you explain what that, how we got there and what that means?
Sure. Through the chair, thank you for your question and your comments, Councillor Layton. Under the Arts Services section, these are the figures that Councillor Layton is referring to are the number of city cultural programs and events through Arts and Culture Services. The high mark in 28, sorry, Councillor, just hold on. The high mark in 2019 rather, reflected a large Canada Day event, for example, that we were able to deliver, as well as attendance at our art centers. We've closed those art centers, and that relates to the drop off in 20 and 21, but we will need to work to build out events. Some of these numbers also relate to things like weather dependency for city-led events. And we'll be looking to bring that number back up to 22 and back to the peak of 934 at some future point.
So the line below is on business services, and it's the same question. We'll even be behind our 2018 numbers in 2022. Is there what's the cause of that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Within business growth services, we have had a tendency to have high touch services with individual small business owners or prospective entrepreneurs. We are trying to move, and certainly we needed under public health guidance, to move that model in 20 and likely through 21 into a model where we're dealing with larger numbers of people. So that has a downward pressure on this number. With respect to community projects supported, we anticipate with the addition of community economic development granting that we will be able to bring these numbers up and perhaps exceed what the projection is in 2020 right now.
Thank you. So on the next page, on page 5, I'm having a difficult time understanding the difference between the service level that says business services and entertainment industry services, and then below it, which seems to be going down considerably, but below it, the two lines, business services and entertainment industry services, as two separate lines, with those numbers either matching or, in the case of business services, actually far exceeding what the target was in 2020, as well as the actual from 2019. Can you just explain what the difference is and why one line's going down and one line's going up?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Layton. I think to do service to your question, I will need to speak to some of the staff in ADC and return to you with a better answer than I will be able to provide you right now.
That was a very good answer, Mr. Tobin. Thank you. And we can probably get that cleared up just at the next round of questions. My last question is, and you may have answered this to Councillor Thompson's question, I didn't hear an answer specifically, but a key success metric for the COVID response was delivering a $1.2 million contribution in cultural and economic investment for confronting anti-Black racism. Is that program being maintained and enhanced given what we know about what's going on with the disproportionate impacts of COVID in our community, or what are we planning to do in 2021?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. You are correct. We are on track to meet or exceed, and some of the components of that in 20 that will carry through in 21 are programs such as mentioned the agreement with Advance, the organization supporting Black administrative, managerial, and executive talent in the music industry. The Awakenings program recently launched with Museums and Heritage Services, and particularly at the Toronto Arts Council, who delivers 70% of EDC's cultural granting envelope. They have created actually a Black Arts Fund, hiring a manager for that fund, and are looking at how the weighting of diversity should be handled in the adjudication of the large volume of operating grants. So that work, EDC is absolutely committed to continue with that work and is striking a community consultation table with Black leadership in order to co-create additional programs through 21 and beyond.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Nunziata.
One question on the BIAs. So as far as the facade program and the cost sharing grants that we have for the BIAs, they remain the same. They're not changing. I just want to ensure that it isn't.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Nunziata. In fact, we feel that these programs are more important than ever. The facade program, which has largely dealt with exterior leasehold improvements, perhaps has application in allowing small business owners to make the interior leasehold improvements that are going to allow for safe reopening. So we are actively looking at that now and modeling out what demand would look like if we expanded the facade program to do more than we've historically done with it.
Okay, and the cost sharing program that we have with the BIAs, the 50-50, that will remain?
Absolutely. It's projected to remain in the 21 capital budget for EDC. We realize that public realm improvements are going to be critical to welcoming people back to retail main streets and allowing them to operate safely in public space. So we see an ongoing need for that program, and it's complementarity to things like Cafe TO and other elements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Next, we have the Housing Secretariat. Questions from outside councillors, Housing Secretariat. Councillor Perks to begin.
Hi, thank you. My first question has to do with, maybe it's my inability to find it, but council had directed that in this year we would start up the Office of the Housing Human Rights Commissioner, and I can't find it. Am I missing something?
So through the chair, Councillor Perks, it's Julie. You're not missing something. We were a bit delayed because of COVID and then the resurgence and having to readjust programs and services, but we are planning to bring a report forward in March.
So we're not budgeting to have that position or that office created this year. It's not budgeted.
So we made a commitment that we would fulfill that function, and we do intend to do that even if we have to. So when we did the multi-tenant housing report, we used a consultant, we used Matrix. And if I have to continue that, we do have funds in the budget to help us allow to get this started. But we also want an opportunity to fully review all the options and come back to you in March.
So I'm very sorry. I'm still puzzled. You're going to bring a report in March. It's going to lay out what we should do, but there's no budget associated with it. Am I reading that right?
No, but just like in 2020, we didn't have a budget either. We used some consulting dollars that we had to help us meet some of the requirements and the functions, the intent of council. So we're hoping that we can continue to use those funds to help start up the function more permanently as we report out.
So those funds are currently allocated to something else. What do we lose if, what gets taken out of the budget to put this back in?
So the city always has, and maybe Stephen or Heather can help me, we always have an allocation of funds, a small portion of funds for special projects that might come up throughout the year. And so we tapped into those funds last year, and we're hoping to do it again in 2021.
I just want to be pointed to where in the budget it says there's money available for this. What line?
There's not specific money budgeted for the housing commissioner function.
Okay. So one of the things that I also noticed looking over the analyst notes on this is on page 16, of the analyst notes, you show the forecasts for where 22 and 23 will take us. And I noticed a very sharp drop in funding for affordable housing in 22 and 23. And the budget line says this reflects the fact that there will be many completions. But just last month at council, I was told that the housing plan, you know, for providing housing for people who are currently on streets or in shelter, a lot of that won't show up until 22 or 23.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Perks. So there's a number of things happening in our capital plan where, as you know, we've been accelerating our expenditure on supportive housing. We're also anticipating a number of Housing Now completions starting in kind of 2024. And at this point, we haven't yet got council approval to add more Housing Now units, for example, through the phase 3. So we do anticipate, right now, our capital plan is showing that there will be a tailing off, but we anticipate bringing forward in future years and adding to that new supply. We just don't have council approval for that right now. So I anticipate a slow growth over the next 10 years of the number of approvals and also completions happening. But right now we're showing you what is budgeted for, but we do anticipate additional asks to council in future years for phase 3 of Housing Now.
But isn't this the process where you ask to get the budget to do that work?
It is, and we have increased our expenditure over the next this year and the next year. We're also showing a number of kind of unfunded housing requirements, and we will be continuing to work with financial planning and advocacy to other levels of government to get increased funding so that we can continue that acceleration and increase over the 10 years.
Okay, I saw a drop in 22, not 23, but maybe I'm reading it wrong. Looking at the reserves, I noticed that many of your reserves are essentially getting drained this year with no plan to refill them. The capital revolving drops 222 million. But one I noticed across a number of different budgets, and this may be for Ms. Taylor, not for you, is we seem to be draining all of our insurance reserves. What's that all about?
Your last question.
For you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, as you know, we have an annual policy where surpluses from the prior year are allocated to various reserves where we feel are needed. And as that report was brought to council back in December, we looked at the 2019 surpluses and consciously made a decision to put them in the tax stabilization reserve, which was a deviation from council policy. And it was specifically to ensure that we had a backstop to address the pandemic, to address the COVID pressures. So right. To your point, there are some reserves that are lower than what we would have normally expected in a pre-COVID world. But we are doing our best to manage obviously we've got competing pressures, and dealing with the pandemic was a priority, and that was our recommendation to council, which was approved back in December.
So I just want to get my head around this. This budget, for very good reasons, which you pointed out, shows that we're draining a whole lot of reserves, and I happen to capture the revolving fund and the insurance, but it's happening across all kinds of divisions. This budget, even if we get the $856 million that we're asking other orders of governments to, still creates many hundreds of millions of dollars of hole in our reserve funds that we're going to have to refill by some other means on top of the $856 million. Have I read that correctly?
That is your last question, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Perks, in actual fact, there was 15 million put into the insurance reserve. We have not drained reserves across the system. There are some reserves that get drawn on an annual basis, i.e. the fleet reserve, etc. So to be honest with you, the tax stabilization reserve is larger because we did in actual fact put the 2019 surplus into the tax stabilization, which was a $214 million contribution. So not all reserves are being depleted. There in the corporate report, there is the information surrounding the tax stabilization reserve. We also know that we do have the CFC slowdown from 2020. That was intentional. If you recall, we did bring a COVID report and we signaled that in the absence of other levels of government of funding, that we would be slowing down our CFC. So that in actual fact will also be going towards the tax stabilization reserve. So not all reserves are being depleted across the system.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford next.
See, Councillor Wong-Tam, as outside councillor, has her hand up. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. I didn't have the full screen.
I know the screen's moving around.
So are they just any outside councillor? Councillor Wong-Tam, I believe. Let me have a look here.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I do have some construction over my head. I hope you folks can hear me. Thank you, Councillor Bradford, and as well as Councillor Crawford. I appreciate the opportunity to ask questions. This is going back to Juliana's answer to Councillor Perks. The City of Toronto's Housing TO Action Plan was adopted at the end of 2019. It's a 10-year strategy that lays out what we want to do and how we want to achieve that over from 2020 to 2030. One of the key components, I believe, was the Toronto Housing Commissioner. If we don't have it allocated in the 2021 budget, it seems to me there's a bit of slippage here. When do you anticipate that we will have the housing commissioner installed in his or her office with the proper resources? When do you think that will take place?
So I do want to clarify that council asked us to look at a housing commissioner role or function. That may not necessarily be like a new office, and that's what we got. We started looking at options, and then with COVID, we've got delayed. So we want to look at a variety of options on how we meet that. There is going to be a lot of work initially because council's intent for the housing commissioner role or function was that they would look at our policies, our systems, and ensure that there's no unintentional barriers to housing. And that's not just new decisions that are made, like with respect to multi-tenant housing. It's also going back and looking at the current systems that we have in place. So that role or function may be different in the first couple of years as we do some catch-up work than it is on a more permanent go-forward basis. So we're looking at a number of options on how we would best fulfill that role or function for the city. But I can guarantee you that our intent is to continue to proceed through 2021. Just like we did with the multi-tenant, we brought in Maitri to help us fulfill that as new policies were going forward to make sure that we didn't build in any unintended barriers. And that's how we plan to continue until we can get a more permanent function established within the city.
Thank you, Juliana. And with respect to your answer, is it safe to assume that if we lay down the foundational pieces using grant dollars or any other alternative sources, that we could have a framework for implementation by 2022, 23? Yes. Is there a timeline here?
Yes, there will. When we report out in March, there will be a timeline.
Okay. And do you think it might be 2022 then?
So as I say, our intent is to still fulfill that function throughout 2021. We may have to continue to use consultants as we bring forward new housing policies for council's consideration until we can move to a more permanent function and build that into the city.
Okay, thank you. My next question goes to Abigail. There's and sorry folks, I try not to ask very neighborhood specific questions, but I do have to do this. The neighborhood of Regent Park, which of course is a very large revitalization site owned by TCHC, you're all very familiar with it. There has been an ongoing request from the local community around affordable home ownership, specifically targeted to TCHC tenants. The prior program has been not as effective as it needs to be. Is there anything in the work plan for 2021, including budget allocations, that will help us restart the Boost Foundation program?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, we do still have, a target for affordable home ownership in relation to 400 units a year. In relation to that specific program, I may defer that question to our Housing Director, Valessa Faria. I don't know if she has more information, or we can provide you that information offline.
Okay, thank you. Just because I don't have a lot of time, I may
sure.
make the request for a briefing note.
Sure.
Just because I know it's important for the community. So my last few seconds, I'll just ask this final question. The City of Toronto, I mean, obviously we have some housing objectives. There are goals that we want to meet, and I recognize that staff are working at, as the mayor likes to say, wartime speed to deliver housing. But yet we still continue to see the housing social waitlist grow, despite all the effort that we're putting into this. Do you have everything you need in order for you to meet your objectives? Because we do have a 10-year timeline. So there's an accountability report card that we're going to have to issue at some point that says, did we or do we not meet our goals? Do you have everything you need right now?
That's your last question.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the chair, as part of Housing TO, we have committed to a greater level of accountability and transparency about progress towards the targets and actions identified under the plan, and anticipate a full kind of breakdown of that in Q2 of this year. This budget really presents us with an opportunity to accelerate many of the projects that we have underway. It gives us an opportunity to spend the money that the federal government has recently invested. But we've been really clear that actually one of the biggest barriers to us being able to fulfill our objectives is the contributions from other levels of government, be that capital and most pertinently right now, the operating dollars required to create and deliver supportive housing successfully. So this budget, whilst it's a significant contribution from the city and a major step forward in terms of our ability to deliver, we still over that 10-year plan do not have all of the commitments necessary to deliver on our 2024 billion-dollar plans. So we don't have everything we need. We definitely do need additional support, but nonetheless, we're moving ahead and have a good plan for this year to continue to accelerate our delivery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So any outside councillors for questions? Just one last look. Seeing none, we'll take it into committee now. Councillor Bradford to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the overview and the notes. I want to talk a little bit about, just picking up where you left off there, Abby, on the ability to deliver. That capacity is a really key and essential point from the programmatically at the city's end. We go out and secure funding from other levels of government. We have motions that direct other levels of government to do different things. But at the end of the day, we need to have the capacity internally to deliver. How does the budget this year allow us to move responsively and quickly when we do land those big housing specific or infrastructure funding sources? So Rapid Housing Initiative, the National Housing Strategy, we've seen those dollars come through. How are we scaling up or ensuring that we have the capacity to deliver on that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Bradford. So we've done a number of things in this budget. So one of the things we've done at a Housing Secretariat level is anticipate that we will be fully staffed next year. And so we're anticipating a full spend of our operating budget in order to help deliver on what is in front of us now, the opportunities around rapid housing, open door funding, and also Housing Now as well. We've also increased in terms of the capital budget, what we need in terms of funding, staffing funding to deliver on Housing Now. So that is one of our most biggest programs, the bringing forward of city land to support the development of new affordable housing. And we need extra capacity from our planning staff, from our legal staff in Create TO, and also the Housing Secretariat. So we're included that in this year's budget. And I think, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut you off. You can
No,
finish.
it's okay. No, it's okay.
So I'm going to ask about Open Door and Housing Now, but specifically challenges in having a full staffing complement. Every division struggles with that. For 2021, when are you anticipating that you reach that complement? And I guess like this is the question that every division needs to figure out. What steps are you taking to make sure that you have the full complement of staff to be able to deliver on this stuff?
Well, certainly, as I'm sure through the chair that you and other councils can appreciate, 2020 was an incredibly challenging year for a number of reasons, and not least because we had a hiring slowdown. We also had a number of retirements and also new vacancies created. We're actually in the process of recruiting right now and began that process in the last quarter of 2020 to try and increase our capacity. And we're also supplementing that with support from consultants and project managers where appropriate, and if it's time limited as well. If we can provide ourselves extra capacity through bringing on additional support, then we've looked to do that in the early part of 2021 whilst we complete that staffing up that we're intending to do.
Okay. I'm just watching the clock, sorry.
Yeah.
Open Door, how many units are scheduled to be created for Open Door in 2021?
So we'll be bringing forward a report actually to council in next month. So you will get an opportunity. So we haven't actually announced all of the funding and the successful applicants from that funding stream. So we'll be bringing that forward in the next month. But we have, anticipated sufficient funding in order to bring forward at least kind of 488 units, which are units on our land. And then we also have operating funding to deliver, provide those incentives necessary on non-profit land as well. So we're including the funding, but you'll get a full briefing in our council report that's coming very soon.
Is that the same as we did in 2020? Is that an increase? Is that a decrease?
I guess what I would like to do is bring all of that, the comparisons between last year and this year as part of that report.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Just in my remaining time, Housing Now. So if the numbers of sites that we have are increasing as we do second tranches, does the 2021 allocation account to that, or does it only kind of bring us to the level of the 2020 work plan? Are we seeing more resources going to Housing Now since we are in fact expanding the program, many more sites, new tranche?
Your last question.
So yes, there is, through the chair, there is increased funding for Housing Now in the 2021 budget, and that relates to the currently approved phases of phases 1 and 2, and this enables us to continue to move forward on all of the site due diligence and all the work we need to do to bring those sites to market. We've identified in our housing kind of capital constraints the need to add further funding for future phases, and that's something we're actively working on, the Housing Secretariat and with financial planning, and again our advocacy to government to enable us to put in the level of investment required to fully deliver on future phases of Housing Now across the whole 10 years.
Thanks for all your work on this, Abby. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Committee members, Councillor Layton, then Councillor Nunziata.
Very much. I think some of them just got answered from Councillor Bradford. First, I'm going to ask Juliana, you referred to a, quote, special fund that can pick up projects like this partway through the year. I'm curious what that special fund's name is.
It's not a special, I probably should have referred to it as something different, but every year the city has projects that it has to advance, and we use consultants, and it's in the non-program area, is my understanding. We work very closely with financial planning. But the other thing, before I even go into that fund, I'm going to make sure that, we actually need to dip into that, because there might be operating capacity depending on where COVID takes us in the future to just be able to absorb it within our program area.
Sure,
but I think it's called corporate studies.
Okay. just making a note of that for the future.
Don't get me in trouble, Councillor Lane.
I'm sorry, Juliana. Does the current plan include staff resources to implement the rapid housing initiatives? I know that like a bunch of money just got announced a couple of days ago. Is the money to shepherd those projects through baked into the existing budget? Does it come, and then just further, does it come with the federal, as part of the federal money, or do we need to include it from the city's end?
Through the chair, there is money included in eligible costs for Rapid Housing Initiative for direct project delivery. And so staffing or consultant fees that relate to that direct project delivery can be allocated to the Rapid Housing Initiative. But we understand that Rapid Housing Initiative comes on the back of also increases in other programs like Housing Now as well. And so that's why we've got to the point where we cannot continue to absorb in existing kind of staffing costs the combined work of Housing Now and Rapid Housing Initiative and Open Door, which is why we've very specifically for 2021 and beyond identified additional funding that we need for staffing costs to keep the Housing Now program going, because that is the program that has the most number of staff, the biggest impact on our staffing work, both in planning, legal, housing secretariat, and create TO as well. So it's a combination of both.
Yeah, I think you've put forward a wonderful case for the service level increase, and that increase you're talking about is the line in the budget for new affordable housing development, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And I think you've made a strong case for it, and I don't think there'll be many councillors that would dispute that in order to achieve our plans, we need the staff resources to do it. Are you confident? I've had an RFP on a site in my ward forever. I've got plenty of Section 37, but get that RFP out the door just never seems to get finished by staff. And I get you're working with other divisions, and I none of this should fall on me blaming the housing secretariat. Do you think that the resources in your budget will let us get projects like that have been on the books for a couple of years, but just unable to get the staff time to move it forward? Do you think we can achieve that this year?
Through the chair, well, firstly, Councillor, I really appreciate both your support around and your patience around specific projects in your ward. I think it's fair to say that the last year has been challenging from a capacity perspective, dealing with a pandemic, a new housing plan, reorientating our team around that, both inside our team and also in other teams as well. So we have increased our capacity across the board this year, both at the Housing Secretariat, specifically ourselves, and other departments. And so, yes, I would want us to be able, on the back of that, to make significant progress around further delivery, including the RFPs that you mentioned.
Fantastic. Help me spend this Section 37 money on affordable housing, please.
I will help you spend that, yes, Councillor.
So 2 quick questions at the end here, and they should be quick answers. You do list the laneway houses, laneway suites in your report. I'm not sure why. You list there was 100 permits and 100 DC referrals. How many applications for the affordability grant have we received?
I don't have that information to hand, Councillor. We may have to get back to you with the details of that, but I can
okay.
Back with the answer to that.
Then just on the last question, you also referred to the federal RCFI program for loans. Do we have a role in that? Because there's more projects I would love to put on that list. We only have 3. Does the city have a role beyond our just approval of the project, or do we propose them to the federal government?
For the RCFI financing, projects apply direct to CMHC for that financing. We have advocated for an expansion of availability of that financing in Toronto and across the country. And the federal government has recently responded by expanding the amount of money that they've allocated to that. We support any projects in Toronto that are making that application, and usually our CFI is only one aspect of that project, and they come to us for other support, for example, open door support around planning, and other types of support as well. So we weave all of that together on many projects to make sure that we support as many projects in Toronto that have an affordable housing component. And we meet bi-weekly with CMHC to make sure that we're on track and kind of talking to each other about issues that arise and problem solving together on behalf of projects in our city.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I just have two questions. As far as the to support development of new affordable housing, it's just not a financial issue. It's getting the housing built. So are we working closely with the planning department on these affordable housing applications that come in, that they're processed and that we expedite the process on getting the housing built?
Through the chair, Councillor, you're absolutely right. It is more than just money that helps us deliver affordable housing. There is a number of things. And yes, we work very closely with the planning department and also with the C2K team. As you're aware, we have an affordable housing pilot, which is looking to expedite the most significant affordable housing projects that we have on the go, and looking to move those through the process as quickly as possible. We do have kind of an application process for that. So if you like to make sure that we target our increased capacity for C2K on those projects which make the biggest contribution to affordability, but you could anticipate that projects like modular supportive housing, Housing Now, projects and other non-profit, maybe Indigenous-led projects that really do make a contribution will be expedited through that affordable housing pilot.
Yeah, because that's very important. I had one in my ward that took 3 years. So that's frustrating. Just one last question. It's related to my ward. So I just want to ensure that the funds are included in your budget as far as the project at Beach Hall.
Thank you, Councillor. So as you're aware, we are in discussions with Beach Hall residents regarding some work that needs to be done to that building. Right now, we are in a position to be able to support that work without any additional funding requirements. And should that situation change, then we will report that to Council on an urgent basis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, we'll move next to TESS, Toronto Employment and Social Services. Start with outside councillors, Councillor Perks, and then Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. In the notes attached to your budget, you note that currently social support cases are not growing as rapidly as we expect them to grow because currently there's CERB and a few other things, and that you expect cases to start growing dramatically in the second half of 21 and 22. But at the same time, I noticed that the staff complement is shrinking and that there are a number of positions listed as indefinitely postponed because of COVID. How are we going to have the staff complement in place to be able to support people as the social support list grows?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Perks, for that question. So we did see a reduction
Who am I
in our
listening to?
caseloads. It's Tom Zeus.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Councillor. Through the chair, we did see an absolute reduction in our caseload, as you did reference, as a result of a number of federal programs that have been in place. But our projections, as you've indicated in the notes, do indicate that we anticipate post those federal benefits, an increase in our caseload, and hence our identification for increased number of staff to support that work. And specifically, we've identified increasing our staff complement by 84 individuals this year. And the way that we forecasted it is not those individuals in place now, but looking at having them in place fully trained by the fall when we anticipate the caseload to start to increase.
Okay, and I just want to be clear, I frequently hear from department heads that, you know, it took longer to hire people in and train them. We've confirmed through human resources that we have all the necessary people in place and to make sure that we're able to hire, train, and situate all of those people by that time?
Through the chair, that is absolutely our focus. We have the early part of this year and throughout our summer to complete that activity and to bring in people and have them fully trained.
Okay. I notice also that a lot of our metrics for how we're doing, things like, you know, the number of people who've been on social assistance for 2 years and or more, the months on assistance, the number of people who are getting hired into a job, those metrics are all doing much worse, and it's for understandable reasons. Beyond simply having case managers, are we building anything into this budget to help people get hired in what is sure to be a much more difficult economy than we've experienced before? Are we creating new programs? Are we creating new pathways for people to get back into the workforce?
Through the chair, thanks for your question, Councillor Perks. Absolutely, we've been looking at flexibilities and ensuring that even existing programs that we had in place through 2020, through our purchase of employment services, that as COVID became a reality for all of us, that we'd adapted those programs, looked to provide greater flexibility so that individuals being referred had greater access to different programming and not just the status quo. We wanted to use this as an opportunity to see how best we could support individuals and have enhanced even our delivery around our service planning reviews to really support individuals broadly around employment opportunities, but around the broader social determinants of health at this time.
So I know that, you know, with the new format, it's hard to work all of those descriptions into the analyst notes. They're much more bare bones than they used to be. Do you have a document or a couple of documents that would summarize those enhanced measures that you're taking that could be made available to council before we vote on the budget?
Sure, Councillor Perks, through the chair. I think at a high level, if you look at the notes section, you'll see some key improvements on page 5 of that, the bottom half.
I did read them, but they just don't give me the level of detail I need to be able to understand how those programs work. Is there something that gives a bit more detail?
We can certainly look to provide more detail, absolutely.
Before I vote on the budget?
Yes, we can make sure we have updated information and more details to share.
Thanks,
for the
Councillor.
budget, yes. No problem.
Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other outside councillors? Seeing none, let's take it into committee. Councillor Layton.
Sure, thank you very much. How many individuals do we facilitate OW for in the city?
Currently, we have a caseload right now of just around 69,000 individuals. It did reduce over the course of the year, given the federal programming that has been in play. But we do anticipate that going up to over 91,000 by the end of 2021. So that would equate to over 150,000 individuals in that regard.
Sorry, 150,000 individuals on OW, and how many on ODSP?
ODSP, I wouldn't have those specific numbers, but it is more than there are on OW. That is delivered directly through the provincial government at this stage, so I don't have
That's
those
directly
numbers
from the province.
for you, Councillor Layton.
Thank you. No, that's why I couldn't find it in your in the analyst notes, which makes perfect sense. Can you talk to me about OW rates and changes over time? Can we talk about the last decade of change for OW? What?
Through the chair, my apologies.
That's okay. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, there have been no increases to the rates for a number of years if for any of the individuals that are eligible for Ontario Works. And our understanding is that there are no proposed changes to rates for individuals that are on our caseload moving ahead at this stage.
So we've got over 100,000 people on OW, and the rate hasn't changed in a decade.
Through the chair, we have not seen rates as they are legislated through the provincial government. The province has not made changes as we're a delivery agent in this specific element. From a financial perspective, we have not seen recent increases to the OW rates.
When was the last time we saw an increase to the OW rate?
Through the chair, I don't have that specific number. My colleague may have that specific year in mind. And I'm just being advised it was through the previous Liberal government. So obviously, probably in the mid-2010 to 15 timeframe.
So approximately 2010. On you have a note on page 9 about there will be an increased demand on the Housing Stabilization Fund. How are we going to address that?
Through the chair, we've been looking at added flexibilities around the Housing Stabilization Fund. This year, of course, we've seen a bit of a decrease because of a bit of a moratorium on evictions that have helped to mitigate some of those risks. So we've been looking at, we anticipate in comparison to 2020 an increase in 2021, and we've identified the budgets accordingly to address those projections as well.
But we have the necessary funds to accommodate an increased demand?
That is correct. Through the chair, that is correct.
Finally, is it correct that the current evictions ban is a ban on enforcement, not a ban on the process of processing evictions?
Through the chair, I don't believe that I would be able to specifically answer that question. I don't have enough details around the actual process for evictions in that respect. Certainly, the moratorium has helped a number of individuals that are in low income or struggling financially to find a reprieve from that element, and that's demonstrated a reduction in the number of people reaching out to us for those specific funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council. Any other committee members have questions? Seeing none, we will move on to the next division, Toronto Paramedic Services. Seeing no outside councillors with questions, we'll take it into committee. We have no questions. There we go. That was simple and easy. Okay. Here we go, Chief. That was, well, and I'm sure you'll be bringing...
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Layton?
I'm so sorry. I was making a note on the last section, and I hadn't moved on to paramedics. I do have some questions.
Okay, you're up.
Thank you very much, and I'll try to make them brief. And my screen's now moving around because someone else is typing in it. So in Appendix 1, why did we refer to hiring more staff in the midst of a public health? Why did we defer hiring more staff in the midst of a public health emergency? Did this impact our response times or our overtime rates?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The first part of the wave 1 of the pandemic created quite a different environment for us. Our actual call volume dropped, and our ability to transfer patients off at hospital was improved. As you recall, there was healthcare system change in terms of hospitals, in terms of the services they were providing. So our performance really improved. However, in the second wave, as we got into closer to December, there was significant change in the rate of community infection. And that started to impact more of healthcare system pressures within the hospital, and specifically with occupancy. So as you see today, hospitals are battling not just a higher influx of COVID patients, but also outbreaks within the hospital. So the initial staff proposal didn't include any additional staff. So since that second wave has hit, Councillor, we do have some additional requests that will be coming in the supplemental report. And part of that piece is we've been lobbying the government to push forward more community PARAC initiatives. And we've been successful at that, and that'll be also part of the supplementary report. But in our pressures that we're currently experiencing, there are some short-term pieces that we need to include in the initiatives to help support additional staffing for paramedic services in 2021.
In a supplemental report that's coming.
Yes, that is coming.
So I just have a question about page 2, the response time versus staffing and growth in call trends. There is a significant call volume increase projected from 2021 forward, and yet the response time, and yet the paramedic staffing levels remain roughly constant and response times remain constant. How can we predict that we're going to be able to maintain response time as well as our current staffing, with our current staffing level, when we have a significant, I can't tell the percentage, but it's a significant increase in call volume? How can we predict this? How can this be true?
It's a great question, Councillor, through the chair. Response time is built on ambulance availability. So response time is built on how many ambulances we'll have available in the community at any given time, and that is to critical patients. So what we've seen through the pandemic component is the first wave, we had reasonably good response time because there was less activity in the community. Paramedics moved around quite easily through traffic, and there was less number of critical patients. As we moved forward through the second wave, we've now seen additional healthcare system capacity challenges, which has begun to delay paramedics in their transfer of care, which is impacting ambulance availability. However, the reduction in calls for the year, actually, we have 9% reduction of calls. Actually, we resulted in a same response time performance as last year, as in 2019. So it did not have as much impact as we thought. But as we look forward into 2021 with healthcare system challenges, most likely going to continue throughout the year and into 22, the healthcare system and hospitals specifically will take time to recover to where they are. The high occupancy is here and for the foreseeable future, for sure. And with the advent of the vaccine and implementation and that timing, we fully expect to see public activity resuming as public health measures drop. So when we start to see people returning, we expect to see more activity in the community, and our call volume will return to probably pre-COVID levels. It's very hard to understand or to determine when that will happen, and that's also included in our supplemental report about the request for additional staff.
So, but the chart on page 2 shows that you're expecting the call volume to increase, which, as you've just explained, but your response time will remain consistent with the 2020 projection, with a consistent, like without a change in paramedic staffing levels, or at least it doesn't appear to be much of a change in paramedic staffing levels. And so my question was, how? We know call volume is going to go up significantly from 320,000 calls in 2020, which is projected on this, to almost 360 in 2023. How are we going to maintain response times with the same number of paramedics?
Well, again, as through the chair, it really depends also on the in-hospital time with flow through the hospitals. That's why I was referring to the healthcare challenge we're going to experience, or we are experiencing, and will continue through 21 and into 22. So the time it takes paramedics to transfer of care really has a significant impact on ambulance availability. So,
but the time on task graph just below has also the time on task increasing from 2020 to 2023. So you see the math between the two just isn't adding up. And so if our time on task was getting better, and so ambulance availability was higher, then I could see us being able to maintain the response times. But if you're predicting at the same time that our time on task is going to go from 130 minutes to 150 minutes, then how do we achieve the same response rate with the same number of paramedics when we have, and someone can probably do the math quite quickly here, with 40,000 more calls a year?
Thanks, Councillor.
That's what and if it's going to be in the supplemental, I'm happy to accept that. But I think we need some clarity on why these charts aren't consistent with one another.
That is your last question.
So that's the quick answer. Yes, some of that information will be in the supplemental report. But Councillor, you have to understand when this was put together in terms of the data, there were significant changes that we started to see through the second half of 2020 with the pandemic. So actually time on task did actually drop to a certain point until public health measures started to kick in terms of additional requirements and the hospital started to reduce service. So we're starting to see that increase back. The staffing report that we submitted to council that was approved in 2019 outlined a formula that we use to determine additional ambulance hours, and it's built on call volume and metrics. We did not this year, for instance, going into 2020, we felt that at that time when the budget notes were submitted, we were in a stable position, but that has significantly changed with a rapid increase in wave 2 that we've seen. So that in essence, the supplemental report will outline some of that information for you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions from committee members? Okay, we'll go on to the next, which is Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. Outside councillors, questions? Councillor Perks.
Yeah, just very quickly, and my apologies, I'm trying to digest an awful lot of information very quickly. Could you name any projects that are being delayed in the capital program compared to the facilities master plan that council approved recently?
So through the speaker, thanks for the question, Councillor Perks. The facilities master plan as was presented to council and represented in this 10-year plan and then our next 10 and 5-year plan, keeping in mind it's a 25-year strategy. Majority of the projects that we had spoken of continue to be represented in this budget because they were funded through, and many of them funded through existing development reserves, such as development charges and Section 42, 37, and the rest of it. A constraint from the facilities master plan, which was a constraint at the time that the plan was approved, was additional funding for our State of Good Repair program, but that was never included. It's been listed as a constraint as it was listed for consideration in future capital budgets. So there was never any approval of those additional funds, so they haven't necessarily been cut from the budget. If that answers your question.
I wasn't asking if they were cut from the budget. I was specifically asking, maybe you could just give me a dollar figure then. Given what you just said about how council hasn't approved the State of Good Repair funding previously and how it's not in the proposed budget this year, how far off are we from the original schedule from the facilities master plan in dollars then?
Right. So, and it's listed in constraints in our budget analyst notes on the facilities master plan. So, it's a constraint on the State of Good Repair funding of approximately $235 million over 10 years, over the 10 years of the plan.
Okay. And so good. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take it into committee, I believe, now. So, committee members. Councillor Carroll, then Councillor Layton and McKelvey. Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was wondering, just the big picture to begin with, I'm wondering if you could tell us, across the sort of 3 different areas, parks, rec, forestry, what are the revenue assumptions built on? I would assume they vary widely. If community centers stay closed, we've got a revenue picture here that's a few months out of date. Parks, maybe outdoor activity will resume. Forestry, maybe you're serving. Can you give me an idea of
Sure.
what you're basing the revenue on?
Sure. So through the chair and to your point, Councillor Carroll, some of it is our best projection at this point, not knowing how the sort of reinstatement of some of our services will play out over the next several months. So we're estimating approximately $24.8 million in revenue loss compared to what a usual base budget would be. So not comparing to last year, because our year end at last year was obviously quite different than what we had projected because of COVID. So we're looking at about $18.3 million revenue loss projected in community recreation. And that's looking at what we're anticipating right now to be, probably about a 35% change in the number of programs that we can deliver that are revenue based. But having said that, we're already into the winter session, which is completely canceled. So, and we don't know what's going to happen with the spring. And as we do with during this period through financial planning and through Heather's staff is, we actually do ongoing updates around how these numbers are changing based on what we're allowed to deliver. We've also incorporated another $5 million in revenue reduction in ticket sales for our ferry services, keeping in mind that it costs the same to deliver the allowed to have a 50% load on the ferry service. So that's, approximately, and there's some other things that we've tried to adjust as we go along.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand how those types of things, drops in revenue, where services shut down, how that feeds into this statement that it exists in all the budgets, but in yours, for instance, at the bottom of at the bottom of the notes, maintaining existing services. On page 9 in your budget, for instance, this 2021 base budget, after you exclude all the COVID impacts of $30 million, it's still going down by 12 million. So I'm trying to understand where are the losses? Is that 12 million in reduction? Are we seeing the ability to reduce the budget in parks by 12 million because we're delivering less service? Or is that delivering less service built into the impact amount of 30 million?
So through the chair, and I appreciate, some of it this year is a little confusing just because we've tried to build in the COVID impacts at the same time as trying to address some of the corporate sort of pressures that we have that are also built into what used to be our base budget, if that makes any sense. So the $12 million that you're referring to don't represent any what we would call significant service reductions to what our existing base budget would be. They're listed. There are some efficiencies that are part of that $12 million, including, the consolidation of a few of our units in urban forestry. We're absorbing some non-labor impacts of contracts and things like that. In 2021, we're moving towards minor adjustments to our horticultural display, but we're also incorporating in some of the corporate, changes to the budget, including the cancellation of non-union pay for performance program, which has an impact. The voluntary separation program has delivered some economic savings in this budget, as well as some deferrals and sort of complement changes in fairly small. So we have sort of grouped those together in approximately a $12 million bundle that has helped us balance off some of those usual sort of pressures that we have.
Okay, I'm probably going to end up needing a second round on this because it looks like I've only got time for one more question. But I'm going to use, you say no impact on service, but I'm going to use an example in forestry because it's maybe a smaller chunk than the bigger ones where I have tons of questions. But for instance, you say no service impact, but I'm getting calls right now because we said that we were going to be out there in the winter dealing with gypsy moth nesting, because right now you can see them better and you can do the removal. And I'm getting complaints that no one's seen hide nor hair. So is that an adjustment? Is that still for what's happening there?
I can say, Councillor, I'm going to turn it over to Jason to provide some more details specific to Gypsy Moth, but we have not reduced the forestry service levels from a service response perspective at all. So that might be a question around the sort of organization of service calls and priorities. We can either take it offline with you, Councillor Carroll, and I can have Jason connect with you, or I can ask him to answer right now.
Well, no, if he wants to take it offline, but I'm just trying to get it. You know, we say we're going to do things, but people are finding them either not done or done way after we said they would. But we keep hearing no impact on service, and it's not lining up.
Do you know what I can offer? Oh no, there's Jason. Go for it.
Yeah, if I could, Councillor, we are running a full program there. So it may, I'm not sure where the issues are, what you're finding, but we're right up to speed on our Gypsy Moth count, and we're preparing our plan for the 2021 spring season. So there may be some independent concerns, but overall the program is running full tilt, fully complemented, and we're right out on the streets.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I won't hold this up. I will take it offline because the timeframes you just mentioned are not what the community has been given to understand. So it's definitely an offline thing, but it affects a number of councillors' areas. So we should. But I have this is a difficult division. I have recs and parks questions as well, and I don't know where you fit them in, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Any other?
Council, we're also happy to, if you send us a list, we're happy to work on those questions offline as well, if that's helpful.
Great. I have Councillor Layton next, I believe.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Budget Chief. If we could all just take a moment to acknowledge that just a few moments ago, President-elect Biden was sworn in while we were on this call, and I think for many of us, it's a great sigh of relief that hopefully our world, including our relationship to with the neighbors to the south, will return to some level of normalcy. And with respect to the parks and forestry and recreation budget, I hope this turns a corner about where governments in North America put their attention and how we treat things like investment in a public good, like our public spaces and our parks and our environment. So I hope we all take a great deep breath of the clean, fresh air that we have now and decide collectively that this is an investment we want to continue into the future, despite the last 4 years of complete lunacy coming out of the President of the United States. My questions first around parks. Page 2 discusses the importance of the Toronto Ravine strategy for our canopy and connections to nature, but there's no capital investment until 2023 at the earliest. What's preventing us from starting the funding, the capital funding to ravines in 2021?
So through the chair, and thanks for the question, there's a few different levels of capital funding, and we have represented a significant constraint on the ravine strategy capital funding in the constraints in the analyst notes as well. We have approximately $5 million allocated in this plan over a number of years as part of our usual ravine maintenance program. But you're correct, we've not been able to significantly increase the ravine strategy capital funding in this budget and in this 10-year plan. It continues to be an item that we strategize about and are also seeking funding from various levels of government on.
So when I think it was last year that we directed park staff to come forward with a plan to fund the ravine work in this budget, and where it rests is there is no new money coming to ravines.
So through the chair, there was, I think the recommendation was to refer the ravine capital funding to future budget consideration. We have not been able, we haven't had the room, corporately and within the PF&R budget to advance the full funding piece. We have, however, been able to advance a number of the operating components that were funded in the operating budget, both last year and this year.
What operating components are those, and to what amounts?
seeing for both an increased litter picking program in the ravines, which we received beginning of $600,000 per year funding in last.
I'm sorry, I don't know if it's only me, but I've lost Janie.
Yeah, I think we have.
I've lost her as well.
Yeah. Okay. Janie, are you there?
Year, and we're
if maybe one of her directors can step in.
How about now? Anybody?
I can hear you now, Janie. Thank
I
you.
turned my camera off. I don't know if that will help. I'll do that just in a short period. So in the operating budget, we have invested, our council has approved, beginning last year, $600,000 for a dedicated litter picking program in the ravine system, which started last year, albeit a little late, with an additional 13 positions that are dedicated to litter picking, and that's been implemented. We also have, over a 4-year period, over $2 million that will be invested in invasive species cleanup. And that started last year with a $600,000 commitment, with another $500,000 being added in the 2021 budget. Last year, due to COVID, we were delayed in implementing that, but we will be implementing the entire program in 2021, last year's and this year's.
And this is a 4-year, I don't recall there being a year limit on the invasives program in ravines. Is that
it was a
thing?
program? No, it was actually approved as part of the ravine strategy. So it was a 4-year strategy to increase the invasive species budget over a 4-year period, starting last year with $600,000, $500,000 in 2021, and then the remainder over the next couple of years. So we will, in 4 years, build up to, I think it's $2.1 million.
Okay, sorry.
It's over $2 million anyways.
I thought there was a limit to $2 million over 4 years, and then the program ends. But I get it now. So we were a little bit
to the base budget as part
so
of.
So we should be at 1.1 million for invasives in 2021, and this budget gets us there.
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you. So is no additional money was needed to implement the ravine strategy to this point in this budget? The litter's there, the invasives are there.
Those are the items that were prioritized in the plan. The significant constraint continues to be the capital funding in the ravine strategy.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to really quickly try to get another one in. Oh, no, it looks like that's answered about forestry. How will the elimination of the fund guide impact those that typically have less access to the internet? Will residents have hard copies they can refer to at recreation centers? Will staff be able to help those sign up programs as needed?
So through this chair, so the short answer is yes and yes. We have not been able to actually print the fund guide this year because of the unknowns around what we will be delivering. So it's quite naturally not being printed right now. Because there's a 6-month lead up to actually being able to include what's in the fund guide, since it's a 2 seasons at a time approach. So we still do have, I think, approximately $160,000 left in the budget around promotion and other sort of marketing approaches around recreation programs. The fund guide will continue to be available online in its present form. And as you may be aware, we often print various pages of the fund guide in various community recreation centers for distribution if folks are looking at specific pieces, and we will continue to do that surely once our community centers reopen. And we also have made a lot of efforts through community recreation and our registration folks to do on-site sort of coaching around how to register on the online system, and making additional computers available for people on-site at community centers, libraries, and a number of other locations if people are having trouble with access to the digital components.
So just if I could get clarity on that, we haven't been able to print because we don't know what we're going to be doing.
That's correct.
That's very that's I think reasonable. But the plan is to with the community centers.
That's correct. Sorry, Councillor, I missed sort of the middle few words on that, but the plan would be to continue with being able to support people in community centers once they reopen with the information that they need through the staff that are available there.
Thanks, Councillor. Next, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. a couple more questions. But maybe I'll ask one more.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. Is it my
You're
connection,
cutting
or
in
is
and out
it-
a bit there, Mike. So it's hard.
Okay.
I think we're going to Councillor McKelvey now for questions.
So my first question is about the ICIP funding, and some of that is dedicated towards Ravines Capital. Has that arrived? Is it secured? What is the status of that?
My understanding is it is in process. I think it's about a $6.5 million commitment, which will advance a number of projects in that sort of in that area. I'd have to double check with when it can be announced formally, but I know that the ask is approximately $6.5 million.
And are we ready to go and get those projects advanced as soon as it comes in?
We are. We have specifically advanced projects that we know are shovel-ready and can advance as quickly as the money becomes available.
Okay, and then the unfunded portion is approximately 65 million over 5 years?
On the capital side?
Yes.
Over 5 years, correct.
Okay. My next question was, actually, Councillor Layton started on it about the invasive species in the litter. So you've outlined the funding for that. But I believe we also had some sort of motion last year that youth would be hired for some of these positions. So is that still planned? And if so, when might those positions start being advertised?
That's correct. It was approximately $100,000 around a youth employment plan. We did partner with Toronto Region Conservation Authority last year to advance those positions. Although we couldn't advance as many or as much as we like just because of the working conditions with COVID, which didn't allow for the sort of group kind of things that we really wanted to advance. And we will be continuing to advance that full program this year, again in partnership with the Toronto Region Conservation Authority.
Okay, great. Last year, you know, this is my least favorite topic, but super important, litter. We saw a lot of litter in our outdoor parks as people, you know, discovered the outdoors in great numbers during the pandemic. Does your budget include increased litter pickup in parks? And are we ready for that?
So thanks for the question. Very important question. And yes, it does. Noted in the budget, we've increased in anticipation of these levels next year. We've increased approximately $2.6 million in the parks budget specific to litter cleanup, washroom cleanings, and other sort of maintenance issues in high needs areas. And we continue to work with solid waste on trying to advance things like more litter bins and another of other approaches they have taken specific to some of the increased litter issues in parks. So it's a pretty significant increase in the budget with approximately 60 additional seasonal positions dedicated specifically to litter cleanup, weekends, evenings, and that sort of overuse piece that we experienced last year.
Okay, great. And maybe people can also stop shopping litter bugs. That would be nice.
That would be great.
When okay, last question. The pandemic's highlighted in some areas a lack of outdoor facilities. And in particular in Scarborough, we have, you know, 2 ice rinks. One of them is down right now for maintenance. Has there been any consideration given to advancing some of the outdoor components of the capital plan? And are there shovel-ready projects that we could advance?
So through the speaker, I mean, as you likely know, the shovel-ready piece is the most important piece on capital projects because most projects take place over a 2 to 3 year period. So it's very difficult to advance any significant projects in the short term because of the planning phase that goes into them. I can say that we are continuing with our usual program this year on a number of different projects that are outdoor-based and park-based, including a number of new playgrounds and a whole bunch of other type things. Specific to skating and outdoor skating in Scarborough, I know that the facilities master plan includes 2 new outdoor artificial ice rinks, one in the starting in 2025 and another in 2030, and that's still represented in the plan in those years, but we have not yet made any significant changes to the phasing of what's represented in the facilities master plan.
Okay. And yeah, it would be nice. I mean, that's a long way out, right? 2025. It'd be nice if we could accelerate some of that in some sort of way. Okay, thank you. Thanks for all your great work and adapting to cleaning up all that extra litter.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. We have Councillor Nunziata next. Councillor?
Questions. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep,
Go ahead.
I can hear you.
Okay, just a couple questions. So Janie, as you know, there are certain parts of the city where there were a number of complaints on the huge gatherings in our parks, and there's been a lot of enforcement done. So as far as the enforcement end of it, you had paid duty officers as well as part of your enforcement in where there's large gatherings, where there were large gatherings in our parks? And what was the amount of that for the paid duty?
For the paid duty, I'm just looking that up. Yes, we had a number of paid duty last year, and we will be advancing that again this year. As noted in the budget, you can see additional paid duty officers is about $1.6 million that we've accounted for in 2021 to continue the assistance that they provided in some of the enforcement issues that we had, across the city last summer. We're hoping that by this summer, there will be more opportunity for people to do a whole bunch of things that may alleviate some of the sort of overuse issues that we had and the crowding issues that we had. But again, we've planned for, what we think may happen, and if the conditions change and larger gatherings are required, then we're hoping that the need for some of that increased enforcement won't be there, but we are prepared if it is.
Okay. Now, as far as the enforcement and with municipal licensing, so is the amount for MLS officers in your budget or in their budget?
The MLS officers are in the MLS budget. Okay. And are incorporated into their overall. The additional funding for the paid duty is in the PF&R budget and has been added. Last year, we just sort of managed it within our existing resources. This year, we've added it as an existing COVID pressure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council. Any other questions on parks? Councillor Carroll,
Mr. Chair, would you be willing to indulge a second round?
Sure, that'd be fine. We got about, looks like about 10 minutes left, so if we can, you'll probably get one more round of questions from you in, and then we'll have to just see where things are at. Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Okay, if I could go back to Rex, and it actually follows on Councillor Nunziata's questions just now. You said that you're hoping that people will be able to do more. I'm wondering, we're trying to be ready to respond. I'm wondering, are there funds built into the budget to deal with the fact that you're going to run into a bit of an HR issue? I'm assuming that we're not going to be running courses to train up camp counselors, because that would be, we'd be finding those people now, and we'd be running leadership and camp counselor type courses over the next couple of months now while we're under lockdown. We also were just starting that and had to sort of shut that down when we locked down last year in early March. So what are we doing to make sure we actually have the HR capacity if we can have camps?
Well, through the chair, I mean, I might ask Howie to add in some of the specific recruitment pieces that are going on in community recreation. But I know that we were able to continue some of our aquatic training programs throughout last year to ensure we had the appropriate, lifeguarding staff in place. But I'm going to ask Howie to fill in if there's any more information he wants to provide on the summer recruitment.
Through the chair, to Councillor Carroll, we are doing some virtual leadership development programs where we can with some of our youth outreach workers. We are still proceeding with virtual recruitment and hiring strategies. And I would say that we don't have a ton of net new positions because we don't have our full service offering. So we do anticipate we can ramp that up in the summer to help us more toward the fall when we expect we would need more of those positions through attrition.
So that you actually just went there, because that's what I've understood. You don't want to let go of a good youth outreach worker. So they're doing various things, they're doing different things. And that's been really helpful in terms of hanging on to talent. But if we reach a point, we get to the point where quickly we're ramping up general population vaccination. We know we've got a lot of youth mental health issues out there and we need to open up quickly. Are you sure that you've asked for everything you need in the budget? Is the money built in right now that if we find out, okay, in time for the summer, or even if it was in time for September, we can open things? Will we see a consistent opening, or will we see the door is unlocked, but it's taken us a while to get permit groups back? The door is unlocked and everything's running, but the youth outreach room isn't open. Will we be able to go bold, or will there be a patchy restart? Do you know what I mean?
So to
the budget
I
doesn't anticipate that.
Yeah, I understand the question, Councillor, and I think the short answer is yes, to the very best of our ability. We have throughout this pandemic, and hats off to the community recreation folks for being as nimble as they can be, and also our parks operations folks have been able to reopen things when we are allowed under the regulatory framework as quickly as humanly possible. So, we were able to, as an example, turn around the opening of golf courses in a 10-day period. We were able to, reopen community gardens and all these things very, very quickly, and have sort of established a process within PFNR where we are thinking ahead. We already have a spring-summer planning group coming together around what the options might be, what some of the unknowns are, and how we would respond to them, and how long it would take us to respond. So, so I think we're as equipped and as ready as we can be. And I should say, corporately, there has been, a great sort of teamwork and receptivity to being able to be nimble and change these programs as they need to be changed to adapt to whatever the regulatory framework might be. And we have been able to adapt our programs, pitch new approaches to them that may change the budget in year, that have allowed us to continue programs like Camp TO and the opening of outdoor pools and a number of different things. So I think the track record we have is in place, has a very, very good foundation, and I think we'll continue with that approach, with the unknowns moving into the spring and summer.
So you're anticipating that you would come for, if you needed in year more resources to fill those gaps? Okay.
We would.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for Parks? So, Councillor Layton.
Very much. And it's just a couple very quick questions. One, the budget anticipates a decrease of $6 million to the welcome policy. How do we know the available budget is enough to provide the needed subsidies across program areas?
Right. So Councillor, it's a great question, and this is something we thought a lot about. Just as an information item on the welcome policy, which is about a $9 million budget, a little bit less than that, we spent about $400,000 of that this year, mostly as a result of limited availability of programs for people to actually use the funding for. So we've tried to sort of project what we need going into 2021 with that sort of $2.5 million, close to $3 million left in the program, depending on what is open and what is available, keeping in mind that things like outdoor pools and splash pads and outdoor skating are not fee-based and are all sort of just general, universally accessible without a fee. So it hasn't been used for any of those programs. The idea would be to keep an eye on this, and if there is a need, and we see it advancing at a rate faster than this, certainly we have the commitments corporately to have that discussion, to be as nimble as we may be, so that if we return to full services in a shorter period of time than anticipated, and the welcome policy runs out, so to speak, we will look at balancing actions to ensure that nobody is declined, or that there's no impact on those who need it.
Now, can I ask you where that magic account is that you would draw from if we were in that position?
Well, I think it's two things. There is no magic account, as Julie said. I don't have a magic account. But we have, within the 2021 budget, there are so many unknowns in it, to be honest, that we have been able to balance off what we need in a way that has not had a detrimental financial impact. So we managed well in 2020. We're hoping to manage well in 2021 as well with what we've anticipated in this budget. If for whatever reason there are unknowns that come up that we have not anticipated, we'll certainly be bringing those issues forward corporately for some discussion around what they are.
So this is probably a quick answer to the budget defers the community rec growing strategy and swim to survive. can we still plan for some improvements later in the year if we have some, or when we have some return to normalcy?
So in our judgment, this isn't meant to be a service reduction, that we were not able to advance the 2020 components of those programs because we had so little open, quite literally, to respond to what those programs were intended to be. We don't think we will be at our usual level of participation, even without the growth program or the Swim to Survive program. We still think that our numbers and our participation capacity will be substantially lower. Even just given where we are right now, if we're projecting, what we are, we don't see a need for either of those programs this year on our capacity to deliver them. We can still, if we have the capacity, deliver at the current levels. But in my judgment, and I think Howie can comment too, we really don't see how they can be advanced given the circumstances in 2021. We're hoping to return to the usual advancement of those programs in 2022 and beyond once everything opens again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Just want to check, is there any more questions on parks? If not, we can excuse them, I think, for after lunch, seems as if there's nobody else. Why don't we take a recess for an hour, and we'll be starting back with shelter support and housing at 1:30. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We're back, and we're just going to be proceeding down the list of presentations. The next presentation is from Shelter, well, not presentation, sorry, questions of staff. We've already had the presentation. Shelter Support and Housing Administration. So I will begin. I saw Councillor Perks there just a minute ago for questions from outside councillors. So I don't see him presently. Why don't we just bring it into committee in the event that he does come back and he has questions? I think we can maybe indulge in, change it up a bit to have questions. So why don't we begin with questions of staff from committee members? Oh, there's Councillor. Oh, maybe he may be on mute. Anyways, committee members? Oh, hold on. Councillor Perks.
What division are we on?
We are in Shelter Support and Housing Administration. Councillor Perks, did you have any questions on shelters?
The inaugural.
Okay. So we'll give you a sec here. We'll if you want to, we're just going to start questions. Let me do, so the list, we have Councillor Bradford, Layton, Councillor Carroll, do you want to ask, did you ask questions on this?
No, I'll wait till the end because I have a feeling that Councillor Layton's going to ask exactly the questions I had. I'll listen carefully.
Okay, no problem. So why don't we begin with Councillor Perks, you all set? You're up, Councillor Perks, to ask questions.
Okay, thank you. I was just going through the budget. I couldn't identify if there are any changes in some programs you administer, the Tenant Defense Fund, EPIC, and the Rent Bank. Are we budgeting for any increases year over year in those three areas?
Councillor, I'm not budgeting for any increases to EPIC. And next month, we have a report coming forward about the Tenant Defense Fund. But there are no planned increases.
So in last year's budget debate, I seem to recall, and forgive me, the analyst notes don't carry the same level of detail as they did in previous years, so I just can't find it. But my memory is that last year during the budget debate, we had agreed that there would be an increase in the Tenant Defense Fund.
Yes, Councillor, my apologies, you're right. The Tenants Defense Fund was increased by $150,000. My apologies for that.
And what does that bring it to now?
You just give me one moment, I'll get that answer for you. I'll get back to you in a second, Councillor, if you have any more questions.
So I'm a little concerned that these, we are experiencing record numbers of people whose rental housing is at risk. And one would think that the City of Toronto would be putting something in place to help these people. I mean, really? There's no increase budgeted? Wow, okay.
So Councillor, it brings the total budget to $300,000. I think the important thing to remember about the Tenant Defense Fund is that it's a one-time program. What many people are experiencing now is an inability to pay rent on an ongoing basis. That current program is not going to address an income issue, but only a short-term gap. But it is one of the things that we're looking at in the report that's coming forward.
But that report won't change the budgeted amount that you asked for. That would affect 22, not this year, right?
Yes, you're correct.
Mr. Budget Chief, I don't want to take up a lot of the committee's time. Maybe Mary Ann and I can agree that we'll talk offline before we get to the final budget, because I think that given the incredible housing vulnerability that's being experienced in Toronto and the record numbers of people who are losing their homes and the fact that the province didn't really put an eviction moratorium in place, we're going to need something more robust in this year than we've got. And maybe Marianne and I can discuss that offline.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, we'll go into committee. I have Councillor Bradford, then Layton. Councillor Bradford, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions about what we did in 2020 and where we're going in 2021. How many temporary facilities did we open in 2020 in response to the pandemic?
We opened more than 40 sites, Councillor. We have about 25 of them that have remained open. There were a number of programs like the community centres that we just opened on a temporary basis that have now transformed into other spaces.
Those sites, thank you. Those sites that have remained open, what's the plan on those timelines? Are those remaining open for 2021?
That is what we've accounted for in the budget. Given the rollout of the vaccines and the ongoing requirement for physical distancing, we anticipate that we will be needing to maintain our current setup for the full year.
Okay. Out of folks who were in our shelter system or temporary system, how many did we get moved into permanent housing this past year?
We moved about 2,500 people into permanent housing last year. It was a 50% increase over the number of people we typically move into housing. So we were quite pleased that we could include extra efforts in that area as well as increased shelter.
And the permanent housing, is that been helped facilitate in part by the modular units that we brought on, or is that do you classify that in the temporary?
No, the modular housing is certainly helping us. We're currently working with the Housing Secretariat to get the first tranche of tenants in there. But predominantly, that number is made up of people who we were able to find private market rental with the support of a housing allowance.
Okay. How many, I want to talk about modular a little bit. How many modular units did we do in 2020? I know we had the 2 sites. How many were there, and how many do we have scheduled to come on in 2021?
So I'm aware of 2 sites. The first one opened in December. It was 56 spaces. We're still currently matching tenants with those units.
416-804-3603. All calls made to this number are recorded and screened. If you are reporting an emergency, please hang up and contact your assigned emergency response unit. Please state your name, number.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't know whose line that is.
We're trying to figure out what that is.
Okay.
The second modular program is coming online, Councillor, and likewise we're matching tenants with that.
I'm sorry, how many additional modular units and projects are on the books for 2021? In this budget and in our planning, what are we looking to do this year, 2021, modular?
So there is nothing in SSHA's budget for modular. That is with the Housing Secretariat. What's included in our budget is a gap of $15 million for the operating of those of supportive housing units, which includes the modular.
Okay, so this in part goes into our discussions and intergovernmental advocacy work funding requests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so how much COVID-19 related costs are we projecting for the city shelter system in 2021?
Councillor, we're projecting an additional cost of $281 million. $276 million is the cost of the physically distanced shelter spaces, and $5 million is the cost of the provincial rent freeze in our social housing projects.
Got it. what portions of that 281 are we expecting to come from other levels of government to help close that gap on relief funding?
My understanding is that we've asked for 276 million. We have some carried over from last year's amount because they have a different fiscal year. So we have a small amount that we can use in the first quarter of this year, but the rest of the year is unfunded.
Have we seen a significant increase in the demands on our shelter system? Obviously, because of the physical distancing requirements. So I understand that as a default, we have less space for people than we previously did. But do we continue to see folks coming to Toronto to access those types of services that we provide here?
Yes, Councillor, our shelter system has grown by 75% since 2015. Predominantly in the last few years, that's been refugee families. However, the number of refugees has dramatically dropped in this year because of the border closures, but our shelter system remains the same size.
I know that there's been different times we asked the federal government, particularly on the refugee costs, to help account for that. Are we anticipating that they will be there for us in 2021 to help absorb those additional costs?
We have put in our budget a cost for $61 million to cover the refugee costs. We are having discussions with the federal government so that we can proactively plan before the borders reopen to ensure our costs will be covered.
And last question, what would happen if those costs didn't come through from the feds for Toronto?
That would be a question for the CFO, but so far we have had luck with the federal government covering our costs.
Okay, very good. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you. Councillor Layton? I think you may be on mute, Mike.
Switch the headsets to headset number 2. How's that?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
It's funny. I'm here. Well,
No, not yet.
Can you hear me, Gary? Can you hear me? Gary, can you hear me? How's that, Gary?
That's better, thanks. Perfect.
I'm getting another nodding head. So, so how many people would you say are currently sleeping in tents and encampments outside?
Through Streets to Homes, where we monitor active encampments, there are still about 300 tents that we are engaged with. Depending on how many people are in each of those tents and if they're being used, probably about 300 to 350 people.
300 to 350. Do we have the shelter space currently available if people wish to come inside?
If we were to move all of those people inside tomorrow, no, I don't have the space to accommodate that.
What resources are being allocated in this budget to ensure that those who don't feel like coming inside into shelters are being kept safe in encampments or sleeping rough?
So, Councillor, we're maintaining the space that we have in the budget at an unfunded level of $278 million. We're also in the process of moving several hundred people out of the shelter system and into planned supportive housing projects, which will create additional space for people to come into the shelter system. So we continue to try our very best to respond to the demand. We do have space each night. It is, very tight, but that is historically the story of our capacity.
So given we know we don't have enough space and capacity in our shelters for the winter term, why is the budget only seeking to maintain the 3,000 temporary beds rather than grow?
Well, this year's winter plan is the largest that we've ever had. It's added more space to the system than we've ever had it in any given winter. And we continue to add capacity and we continue to move people into permanent housing. where we're trying to shift is not to continue to invest in emergency shelter, which is a temporary solution, but to shift our investment into housing and to more permanent solutions. So SSHA is working very closely with the Housing Secretariat and working to increase housing solutions in 2021.
So we're taking the position that we're not going to continue to try to build capacity for those that are in need. We're going to shift to just to build housing.
There are probably about 1,000 people currently, in the shelter system that are long-time shelter users that are using the shelter system as de facto housing. What we would like to concentrate on is providing those people with adequate housing, which creates much more efficiency in the shelter system for when people experience short-term homelessness.
So sorry, that number was 1,000 people. It's estimated are using our shelter system as short-term as housing option rather than a shelter, an emergency shelter. Okay,
it's about 20% of the population at any given time.
Could I just to the previous question, given that, or to 2 questions ago, given that we know that about 300 to 350 people or somewhere thereabouts cannot be accommodated in our shelter system as it currently stands, what resources are being dedicated to ensuring that those individuals are kept safe where they're currently housing themselves in encampments or elsewhere outdoors?
So we support people in encampments through our Streets to Home project, which we operate several teams on our own, and then we contract with some community agencies to support us as well. We increased that budget the last 3 budget years. We have not increased it this year, but we do continue to respond to encampments, and we continue to bring people inside every night. We brought 25 people inside last night. So I think it's important to know there is ongoing work there.
Yeah, like my familiarity with Streets to Homes is less about giving people resources in place, but trying to bring them indoors. But we've acknowledged that we don't have the capacity indoors. And while there may be some individuals that don't want to go in for a variety of different reasons, but there's actually not the capacity. So can we identify resources outside of the attempt to bring people indoors to try to maintain some kind of health for those individuals that won't have an option to come indoors? Like, is there a place in this budget for us to implement some of the recommendations that we found in years that we've actually done studies on how the city should be responding to homelessness?
So Councillor, I think what the staff recommendation is in this budget is to use the limited funds that the city has on maintaining our current system and improving housing outcomes. It is difficult to be all things to all people. We know that a number of community agencies are responding to some of the needs in encampments. I think where we're recommending is that we continue to spend our money on maintaining the shelter system and housing solutions.
So, Councillor Layton, sorry, Marianne, if I can just jump in. Marianne, it's fair to say, though, that we continue to work with real estate to see if there is any opportunity to find some temporary spaces until we build out our permanent housing. So I don't want the councillor to think we've all stopped efforts on looking. We are still looking to see if we can secure additional sites in the interim until we can shift to permanent housing.
Thanks, Councillor.
So we're working very closely with Josie's team.
Yes, thank you, Juliana. We've activated every single site that's been made available to us, and we do continue to actively look for additional sites and work with our community agencies to try to build their capacity to run those sites for us. But we're operating everything that's available to us right now.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee members? Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will go to...
Mr. Chair, Mr. Budget Chief, I've got a couple more questions. They could be really fast if given the opportunity. I think it's 3 more questions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine.
If that's all right.
The committee's fine, yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
What steps are being taken to accommodate and plan for the future risk of homelessness through COVID evictions? We know that a bunch are coming. If they end up in our shelter system, we won't have space. Is there any allocation or increased plan to try to address that?
So we do have our eviction prevention in the community project. We're also, working with our community providers who support eviction prevention measures. That's also why we're trying to increase the housing opportunities as much as we can. Shelter diversion is the way that we want to go. So connecting with people early, identifying when their tenancy is at risk, and either helping stabilize them in that tenancy or helping them move into new housing and not into shelter. But again, it's an economic issue, Councillor, and it's an income issue, which is beyond our ability to respond to.
But with Rent Bank, we haven't put any additional resources in. I'm looking for what additional resources are we putting in to anticipate what will be an increase in the number of evictions once this so-called eviction moratorium is lifted. If we're anticipating it now, shouldn't we be putting in some one-time funding to help?
We did put $2 million from the Social Service Reserve Fund, which came from the province. We added $2 million to the Rent Bank back in March. And we relaxed the rules and increased the advertising about that program. And we also worked with SDFA on another further $2 million for community supports, some of our community-based agencies. So there are a variety of things that we're trying to do beyond providing specific shelter programs.
If I could just ask, how long did that additional $2 million last for the Rent Bank, or is there still money remaining?
There is still money remaining. Uptake was actually lower than we anticipated. Anecdotally, we've heard a couple of things. One, that there were income supports available to people at the beginning of the pandemic, and so they were able to maintain their tenancies. The other thing that we heard again is that this is a one-time financial relief, and sometimes is not helpful to people that have an ongoing issue with income.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. And just finally, we heard in the presentation last week that the practice of gapping has been eliminated, and yet there's savings in the budget that result from lower salaries and benefits, and that seem to reflect delayed hiring of vacant positions in 2021, despite this and unprecedented need within your department, I think more than many others, save maybe Toronto Public Health. Can you explain why we see a decrease in or lower salary and benefits number in your budget than we would anticipate?
We have actually increased the number of positions in our budget. It's up 134 positions. Most of these are temporary positions, and we're using them in the temporary physically distanced hotel programs. What we are experiencing is a bit of a slowdown in filling some of those positions, mostly just because of volume. It's taking us a long time. So the money is annualized, but we're anticipating it taking us a few months to be able to fill those positions, and so there is a bit of a savings in that, but there's no intention of a hiring gap or a hiring slowdown at all.
Marianne, thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Marianne. Next, we'll go to Court Services. Questions from outside councillors, Court Services? Seeing none. Committee members? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Same question here. I just wanted to ask, especially because this one is a revenue picture. I see there, everything factored in. there's some revenue loss, and even after there are 3 million in efficiencies again here, cost reductions that happened as a result of COVID closed down. But I'm wondering again, this is a budget that was drafted a while back. Are courts closed now, and does that further erode revenue and the ability to actually take offenses through the court services?
Through the chair to Councillor Carroll, thank you very much for the question. Courts have reopened. They reopened in July of last year through audio conference hearings, and we're moving to video trials in a phased manner in 2021. So we expect to be fully operational within the first, by the beginning of the second quarter. We take direction, of course, from the Ontario Court of Justice, who approves our court master plans and openings of courts. One of the things that's driving our revenue for 2021 is in 2020 was a partial year for programs such as automatic speed enforcement that started in the city in July. And that impacted our 2020 projections because it was originally scheduled to start in March, but because of COVID and a few other unforeseen issues, it started in July. So that program will be fully operational now, and we have factored in those charges to continue through the 2021. We have looked at a reduction of about 25% of other types of charges based on what we predict will happen, but it is unpredictable and is something that we're monitoring closely.
Okay. And what sort of approach is being taken right now in collections? I would assume that there are lots of instances where collection is problematic because of the high unemployment. People are in dire straits. And yet I know that there was a push to ramp up and change our approach in terms of collections. So has that been adjusted to suit the times?
Yes, through the chair to the councillor, it's a great question. The Chief Justice of the Ontario Court of Justice had actually held in abeyance any kind of payment due dates, and the court has extended that time period until February 26, 2021. So, in fact, people who haven't been able to pay have been given additional times to pay en masse by order of the Chief Justice in the Ontario Court of Justice. And as such, our collections have been focused in 2020 on cases that were already in default, more of a passive, gentler collections. And we expect to see a larger number of fines going to default just because of the backlog of cases that have been extended till February 26. And we are preparing and looking at legislative changes that will help individuals ease into a payment schedules and payment plans. And we're working with accounting services for that mind. So,
but we would do that in-house. We wouldn't rush them off to the contracted collection agencies. We would make those adjustments in-house.
We work with collection agencies currently, and we do have a soft approach when fines come into default to begin with. That has been our policy all along, and that's driven some improvement to collection rates. But by far, the majority of people still continue to pay their fines voluntarily when they're charged with Provincial Offences Act. Receive a ticket. That trend has continued, and our prepayment rate has continued as well.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we're done this division, I missed a question because it was part of the confidential attachment on an earlier division. So maybe I can talk to you about that between the next two, before going on to the next topic.
Okay, sounds good. Anybody else on court services? Okay, we have two more in this division area, senior services and long-term care. Questions from outside councillors? Nope. Okay, we'll take it into committee. Councillor Carroll will have some questions.
Thank you. Yes, there's a note in here that the budget for 2021 assumes being able to move back into full programming. Some of the new approaches that we're taking, emotional approaches, and and programming in that we're sort of piloting in our various places and hoping they'll be taken up elsewhere. I'm wondering if that's affected by the fact that, albeit vaccinating our residents, we're also still having to isolate them for a little while longer while there's staff outbreaks here, there, and everywhere. How does that affect the 2021 assumptions here?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carroll, through the chair. Yes, I mean, we're going to have to see how 2021 plays out. We have included in our base budget for 2021 some work towards the emotion-centered approach to care. We have fully vaccinated all of our residents, thankfully, with the first round, and we're starting into the second round. So hopefully within the next 21 to 28 days, we'll have all of the residents done. And we're moving quickly to vaccinate staff as well. So we're hopeful that notwithstanding we will need to aggressively manage any outbreaks, that we'll be able to, at the same time, implement some of this new approach in our pilot so that we can get ready to really fully roll it out as soon as the pandemic has ended.
Okay, and I have one of the other questions about staffing, and then I have one about capital. With regards to staffing, there's a note here that this is the year we're moving staff members from 40 hours to 35 hours, the full-time staff members. I'm wondering if you can speak to that in the new context. We're in the midst of talking about long-term care needing to be reformed, staff members needing to work in one home and not have to move about to make up a salary. If we move 40-hour employees to 35 hours, are we getting just under the wire to where they're then not going to be eligible for benefits?
Yeah, so Councillor Carroll, it's a little bit misleading in this. This is a historic decision that was made years ago.
Yeah.
And so this is just implementing a very small piece of that, a couple $100,000 worth of savings. We're actually increasing our staffing in the homes we did in 2020 by 17%. And we look forward with the emotion-centered approach to care to increasing that staffing as well. The province thankfully just announced that they would be supporting moving from 3.5 average hours of care to 4 average hours of care over the coming years. And it aligns perfectly with the program that Council had approved at the end of last year. So we're really excited about that. This will not impact at all the amount of care that residents are receiving in the homes in 2021. And that's why you'll see we're spending an additional $19 million, the vast majority of that on staffing in 2021.
Right, but I'm as much as I care deeply about the residents, I am thinking about the staff members directly, because we made that decision. It helped us keep going, but I'm concerned that we may see a reform coming forward that we're not really set up for. If we want staff members to pick one home and work there exclusively, they need to know that there is going to be sick pay, that there is going to be disability because it's very physical work, and lastly, that they have some eligibility to pension, because if they don't, they will work well over 40 hours a week by working in a number of places. Are you confident that because our municipal model is better than a lot of private sector models, that we could move to that reform without huge impacts? Should it come about as a result of a national strategy?
Yeah, so this is a very small subset in the organization. This will not affect our full-time employees. It's not going to affect the people's ability to have benefits and those types of things. And in fact, we are moving as an organization to do some conversion of part-time to full-time as well, to address some of those issues that you had just raised. Okay, I just had one more question, Mr. Chair, and it's about capital.
you know, we have done very, very well in our city-owned homes with respect to outbreak, but where we did have outbreaks, often it was a capital issue, just the way the place is laid out. It makes it very difficult to contain. At the same time, you had to delay your capital program because you couldn't be in there working. They had to have such restricted access. How far behind are we? And are we reprioritizing around what we need for infection control to be part of the capital program?
Yeah, so absolutely. So we expect the spending rate to come right back up this year. As you know, we have two very large programs in place. Council did approve both GSR and Carefree, the redevelopments that are happening in the coming couple of years. Very exciting projects. We do have other ones that we're looking at. On the state of good repair side, over the 10 years, we do have $87 million in this budget for that state of good repair. And we're going to push all of those things forward and absolutely focus on that infection prevention and control. And again, you know, you're correct. We did have, you know, obviously was tragedy as well in our homes, but our homes performed very well relative, you know, during the pandemic. And so we're going to continue to perform at that level and make improvements moving forward on the capital side also.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rappis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Layton.
We got an aging population. I don't think that there's any doubt about that. The budget, the overall budget seems to actually show a decrease when you factor out the COVID-related funding. Given the way the direction's going in our population, how can we justify a decrease of $135,000 from our senior services and long-term care budget?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Layton. Yeah, I mean, you know, this year it's a little bit of an odd approach. We're really piling our resources into the response to COVID, but I would like to point out that a number of things are going on to address what you have raised there. So the capital redevelopment that we're doing with GSR as well as Carefree will increase the number of beds that we'll have in our system going forward. And so we're looking at those increases. We're actually putting 17% more staffing hours into the homes. So although that is really focused on attacking COVID and the spread and keeping residents and staff safe, there are more staff in the homes to work with the residents, and they are receiving better care. And also we're working more closely with TCHC Seniors Housing on the senior services side, because really we'll never be able to build enough long-term care beds for the population. We really need to focus on how we help people to age in place at home and not move into long-term care.
If we were trying to focus on that more, then wouldn't programs like our community and senior services or programs under the community and senior services banner actually look for greater investment? Because it looks like the customer satisfaction with the supportive housing program, the homemaker and nurses program, like that's on a downward trajectory. And it's like, it's all keeping in line with our target, but one would think we would then increase the target to try to get higher customer satisfaction with those programs that is more in keeping with our historic averages rather than maintaining them at the 85%, which is both of them.
Yes, understood. And it's a great question. And in fact, when we produced these, we didn't have the results back. We actually just received our results this week. And surprisingly, we still are up in that mid-90s in those programs, notwithstanding COVID and the challenges that we've faced there. And I just point out on the long-term care home side, right through COVID, we just finished about a month ago, we did our surveys of all of our residents and families, and the satisfaction rates were exceptionally high because of the great work that was done.
Maybe it's time, like, why would we keep, and maybe perhaps a discussion for another time, but why would we keep our service standards at a target of 85 when we're consistently able to achieve 95?
Yeah, it is something that we can absolutely look at and talk about. I mean, generally in terms of satisfaction rates, it's fairly unusual to be at even 85%. So, you know, to achieve the rates that we do, it's, you know, the team's doing a great job.
I think achieving the rates, if my grandmother and my family is any indication, that achieving satisfactory rates above 85% with this demographic is exceedingly well. I would add though that I just think if we're going to rely on more and more on programs to help people age in place, let's make that satisfaction as high as we possibly can. 85 being pretty high, but it would be nice to see us investing to maintain those levels if we're actually intending on maintaining those levels. Just finally, like, is the city in a position to cover any costs associated with long-term care and seniors to deliver the budget as proposed should the province not come through with additional operational money?
So the net expenditure in this budget is $68 million. That does not assume additional COVID funding. So that assumes the funding that we directly anticipate for the operation. We are quite hopeful that there would be additional funding coming for COVID to reduce that overall expenditure, or for us to be able to provide, you know, even better service levels.
Paul, it's been a tough year for you. Keep up the good work.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Seeing no questions anymore, we'll go on to the next, Social Development, Finance and Administration, SDFA. Outside councillors. Take it into committee. Questions? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions here. I think to Denise on the Community Crisis Support Service pilot. I'm seeing that the report came out today, and I'm just wondering if you could outline what aspects of the pilot model this budget is bringing forward.
Through the chair, so you're right that the report was released this morning as part of the executive committee agenda on the 27th. So our budget, the staff recommended budget includes $1.7 million to support further development activities through the course of 2021. So that's everything from building the evaluation model to engaging the anchor partners for the 4 pilots, to developing a public education campaign, and some other details. The goal really is to set up the 4 pilots for rollout at the beginning of 2022, January 2022.
Okay, so you know, I guess I'll put it this way. Given the interest across the city and probably a lot of folks looking to Toronto on this file, and the need to bring this forward as quickly as possible, could you talk about what options have been looked at or considered to bring this pilot forward earlier than January 2022? Are there other components that we could implement right away? I mean, I understand that you're building it, and this is sort of from the ground up exercise, but you know, can we take steps in 2021 that actually get this rolling a little bit sooner?
So I certainly can appreciate the importance of the new service that we're developing. There is a lot of urgency from community and a high expectation for the city to deliver this. I would say, though, that the work is complex, and based on our review of 53 models across Canada and the rest of the world. We need to get this right. So while I appreciate that people would like to see us starting the pilots this year, the work to do, develop the call triage process, enter into some agreements with police and with partners, ensure that the mental health capacity exists to respond effectively in the model, that is critical things that have to happen this year that set the stage for us to be effective. When we roll out in 2022, the goal is to evaluate the model every year, make changes immediately so that we're ready for full citywide implementation as fast as possible. We need a safe, reliable service.
Okay, I agree with that. I suspect you'll hear from folks who are wanting this to move quicker, but I understand it's a complicated file. If I could just jump to the Fair Pass program, multiple iterations continuing to roll this forward. Could we just get a breakdown on the areas that will be expanding that program in the 2021 budget?
Sure. So I'm completely pleased that there is funds earmarked in the budget, in the recommended budget as well, for us to expand to approximately 25,000 Torontonians who are currently in receipt of housing, a variety of housing support. We've chosen to expand to this level next group of Torontonians because it was originally part of our expansion plans, and we thought in 2019 that we wouldn't be able to accomplish it. But through work with SSHA and other partners, we are now clear that we can actually make this happen this year.
Okay, great. And then lastly, the community benefits program, the work that we do. I know that staffing has been a challenge on that. Historically, can we confirm where we are on the staff levels in the 2021 budget for that?
So Councillor Bradford, you're asking about all my favorite things because I'm happy to say that this budget also includes a recommendation for 6 additional staff to actually help us now finally build out the full back-end system that supports us to help achieve Council's commitment to advancing community benefits. We see this work as critical to inclusive economic recovery, and it's work that we have to do properly as well. So the 6 staff will allow us to get running and be able to get closer to meet community expectations.
Yeah, no, that's good. I asked a question earlier, maybe to ECDEV, but it was, given the findings in the TOR report, how we're adjusting our budgeting process to reflect the recommendations in that piece of work. That speaks to that. So I appreciate it. So thanks very much. That's all my questions. Appreciate your hard work.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other, Councillor Carroll?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The pre-charge diversion program, I was kind of sad to see that note. I'm concerned about this one because this seemed to me one of the things that we want to keep in the city. It should be run on the city side, where this is about keeping kids out of the justice system. But understand that what's going to happen as a result of this shift over, it's not going to be offered in 2021. Am I reading that right?
No, Councillor. So what you, and sorry for the confusion in the note. So what is actually happening is that we have proactively chosen to do an extensive review of the program. The program will continue. However, at this point, we are engaging in partnerships with community agencies, and so that's part of where you see the current savings. But the intensive review is to ensure that we have the best model possible to serve the young people that need this program. There's a number of program challenges that have come through our development delivery of this program, including some confusion with various provincial ministries. So this year, we continue the program, we continue to support young people, but we are actively working to improve those issues so we have a much stronger program going forward in 2022. And I will say that if the model requires a different funding level, then that will be part of our 2022 act.
So how is it they will experience a decrease in access to this option? That's what it says in the note. So it's still there, but the number of people that will be able to access the program will go down for 2021 and then come back in 2022. Am I reading that right?
That is not my understanding, but Councillor, let me, because I know this one is of particular interest, so I'm going to make sure that my team can follow up offline with absolute clarity, and if you need that in a note, I'm happy to provide.
Yeah, and then it's funny you should use the words extensive review, because my next question is going to be about the youth services review, which, you know, we wanted an extensive review, but that was years ago, and here we are, still no review. I've been discouraging counselors from making, you know, any radical adjustment to how we serve youth, and still no review. And it seems to be getting a bit more and more bureaucratic. I get briefings every once in a while that unravel it more and more. It's going to take longer and longer, and there's no definitive course of action before us now. And yet we're going to come out of the lockdown with all youth across the economic spectrum really having been COVID impact emotionally and mentally, and how that plays out in the city may not be what we had hoped for, and yet we don't really know what to recommend to put in place for them without that review. Is there any progress report on that? Because I don't see it mentioned in the budget.
So, Councillor, I can absolutely appreciate the concern. We are, so behind the scenes, staff across, I believe, 8 or 9 program areas within the city and city agencies have been working on the review. So we have developed clear outcomes and indicators for the types of impact that city-led youth programs should have. And we are on track to report out along with the community safety and well-being plan this spring. Internally, we are using the outcomes and indicators to guide decisions that we're making within existing dollars. And one of those key pieces is about how do we maximize or optimize city programs to support young people most vulnerable to violence and crime. So the inclusion within our 2021 budget of $1.3 million to fund towards peace is absolutely critical and definitely connected to the work that we've been doing on the youth service review. So you're already making decisions that are supporting that review, but we will definitely come forward. Please understand that certainly many of the youth programs have had to change their model in 2020 as a result of the pandemic. So we are trying to figure out the best way to move forward on evaluation of city-led youth programs, but definitely divisions and agencies are working and are doing real-time adjustments as a result of the review.
Thanks, Councillor.
Okay, so we can expect to see something in the spring. I'm going to hold you to it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Leighton, I think you had your hand up. Yeah, you did. Okay.
Mr. Budget Chief, the Community Partnership Investment Program, this saw a significant increase during our COVID response, correct?
Yes, Councillor, through not by tax-funded dollars, but certainly through about $7 million from the Provincial Social Services Relief Fund, as well as through other donations that have come in from philanthropy and the Canadian, what are the medical associations? Excuse me, Councillor.
That's fine. So is it safe to say that this has been sort of a critical investment that the city's made in the past 10 months?
Absolutely. At the very beginning of the pandemic, we quickly worked with a range of community partners to share information back and forth to understand the needs of vulnerable residents and to support community capacity and their leadership to deliver a range of services. Without the funding, that extra sort of COVID emergency response funding, many agencies would not have been able to deliver critical basic supports, everything from food to hygiene to mental health support. And the city wouldn't have been able to deliver on our COVID equity plan, the TO support plan, if we didn't have this infusion and community partners willing to do that work in the in-depth way that they always do.
So what are we going to do next year when we cut the program by a third?
So there isn't any cuts to the CPIP budget. The tax-funded budget is 24 million this year. It was 24 million last year, and it also included a 1% a cost of living increase. What we won't necessarily have is the provincial, the intergovernmental funding on top of it. That's the growth that happened in 2020. Already, I think as Marianne noted to you in her questions, in her answers, that we were adding 2 million through her funding to support the targeted COVID equity response. But certainly there is a need for other orders of government to continue to contribute to community agencies and their capacity to deliver in a city as complex as Toronto.
So is that part of the $850 million ask going to the federal government and provincial governments?
I think that's a question, sorry, for the CFO, for Heather.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, from the numbers that I'm looking at, we have not included an additional ask that we experienced in 2020. So when you look at in the budget note, when you're looking at page 9, and you see the differential of that 10 million, that's the funding that Denise mentioned that came from the province and we flowed through to the community agencies. That is not in the ask that we have identified in the budget launch of the remainder ask of 856 million. We are currently just budgeting what was in the prior year's budget at this point.
Okay, thank you. My final line of questioning, and just I think it's 2 questions, is the Fair Pass program. This is great. We're expanding it we're expanding it, but there's still some implementation to be done on a full rollout for phase 3, correct?
That is correct. So we are coming forward around June of this year with a broader report that includes what is required to get to phase 3, how much phase 3 will cost, and that's full rollout to all low-income, eligible low-income people in the city of Toronto. I think currently we're estimating that to be 22 million a year for full rollout.
And so it's safe to say that staff are working on this about what it would take to do it.
Absolutely.
Okay, and just if I don't really have any more time, so I won't ask questions about the crisis response, but look forward to an opportunity to.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, Councillor Carroll, she's not there. She had questions with regard to a few more questions she wanted to ask that may be confidential in nature. Is that correct, Councillor?
Well, I do have questions. I'm wondering if I should try and get an offline briefing, and if I'm not satisfied, we could entertain some minutes in camera in a wrap-up meeting, or in a later briefing.
Yeah, probably wrap-up meeting. First wrap-up meeting could potentially work. Why don't we see if you can get the question answered first, and then come back to me, if that would work.
Okay, I'll let you know directly so that you can figure out how to chair facilitating it.
Okay.
Thanks. I don't want to hold people up today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That is, we have now finished Community and Social Services, so I want to thank everybody for coming. And I do have to acknowledge Giuliani Carboni. This will be her last budget. And all the work that she's been doing over the last many, many years as a public servant. She was supposed to retire a while back, but she gave the commitment to work through the crisis and the 2020 budget or 2021 budget process. So, Juliana, I just want to thank you for all of your work on the budget and all the work you've been doing for the city.
If I could just
Thank you,
ask,
Mr. Chair.
on a point of privilege, can I request a briefing note now about what the heck we're going to do without Juliana?
All approved?
I will still be a very proud Torontonian, so I will still continue to contribute in different ways.
Excellent. We're counting on that, Juliana.
I'll move receipt of those comments, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, unanimously supported, of course. So next we'll go on. We have two.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. On a more serious point of order, there is a confidential attachment associated with the Toronto employment and with Tessa's budget that I don't think I have questions on this moment. Would it be possible to, at least when we're reviewing the sections, to set aside a little bit of time? I think it's only one of like a handful of confidential documents, to set aside a tiny bit of time to ask questions of that particular one and any other confidential questions that we might have. I know I just have, and they're very quick questions.
Okay.
But I only just got to it now. It doesn't have to be today, tomorrow, or Friday. Maybe it's in the review period at the end of one of the days. But I'll just put that to you, and whatever you decide is fine with me.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe
That's the same item I wanted to be briefed on, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so maybe we can look at potentially the first wrap-up. Maybe that can be just before we get in, at the very beginning of the day, prior to getting into the first wrap-up. Maybe we can look at that. But find out whether or not, if you definitely want that, Councillor Layton and Carol, just let me know. But we can look into that.
You know what? As an alternative, and my apologies for voicing this in front of this group, perhaps Councillor Carol and I, or anyone interested, as long as you're under 50% of the committee, that we could just get a quick briefing from staff before, like at a 9:15, right before a phone call would be fine.
Yeah, as long as there's no, we don't break quorum or we don't have quorum, you're fine. Okay. Sounds good. Next, we're going to Toronto Public Health. I think we have a presentation.
You do indeed.
Dr. DeVello, welcome.
I believe thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So there should be a presentation coming up on the screen for you. And I will thank my colleague, Althea Hutchinson, our Director of Finance and Administration, in advance for driving the slides for us this afternoon. So good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for your time. I will take you through this presentation rather expeditiously, and of course, I'm happy to take any questions afterwards. If we can go to the next slide. I think Toronto Public Health Services are premised on 6 foundational areas as listed here on this slide. I know for the last year, we have been primarily known as a COVID response agency, but certainly in regular times, we cover a broad range of services and program areas that are listed here on this slide, and we look forward at some point to getting back to those. Next slide. Why do we undertake those particular programs and service areas? Well, it's to achieve a variety of outcomes, including contributing to the overall quality of life in the city. But in particular, we are interested in decreasing the prevalence of chronic diseases, in ensuring that the spread of communicable and infectious disease in Toronto is prevented and controlled where it does emerge. We're interested in trying to support the ability of Toronto residents to adopt healthier behaviors. And lastly, we are interested in ensuring that conditions in the city are in place so as to reduce barriers and inequities that prevent Torontonians from achieving optimal health and well-being. Turning to the next set of slides, this gives you a sense as to our service measures and how we have done in terms of outcome. Well, given that, the last year has really been eaten up by COVID response, and it has effectively required the entire organization to reorient and to focus on that, on the pandemic itself, it's clear that we have not been able to meet our usual targets. And this is depicted on this slide. On the next slide as well, you'll see that we were not able to achieve our targets in respect of chronic disease and injury prevention, but we did seek to maintain functions in the area of emergency preparedness, not surprisingly, given that we were in the midst of a pandemic. We were able to continue to meet our targets in respect of environmental health, as you can see here on this slide. And turning to the next slide, you'll see that we were also able to meet our targets in infectious disease prevention and in public health foundations, which had to do with surveillance and measures that we perform in order to assess the health of the population of the city. And as well, we maintained our focus on tuberculosis cases and ensuring that they completed appropriate treatment according to the tuberculosis standards. So as much as COVID-19 was all-consuming for us as a local public health department, as it was the case for, I think, public health departments the world over, we did have to maintain certain other public health activities as much as we could, while, of course, continuing to respond to the pandemic. Turning to the next slide, here's a high-level overview of the key risks and challenges that we foresee for ourselves in Toronto Public Health for this year. And clearly, our major concern continues to be managing cases and outbreaks and resurgences, in particular, of COVID-19. We know that this will continue to be with us for some time. And as you've heard in the news and through the reports that we provide, increasingly we are hearing about variants of concern, so new variants of COVID-19, which are believed to be more transmissible. So, of course, managing COVID-19 cases and outbreaks continues to be an important challenge for us to face in 2021. As well, as I highlighted through the earlier slides, we do have some concerns around our ability to deliver essential or critical public health services, given that we are very much focused on COVID-19. It is a rather daunting response to effect, but there are still some key public health issues that need to be managed, and we are continuing to do our very best to ensure that we're on top of those. We are also, with an eye to the future, thinking about what happens after COVID-19 and how do we manage the negative impacts of COVID-19 and the COVID-19 response itself on the city. We know that this disease has had significant impact on many people in a direct fashion, but in an indirect fashion as well. You've heard about many programs and services and specific mental health conditions and economic challenges and social challenges that have faced the residents of this city and will likely continue to face the residents of this city for some time to come. These will clearly have longer term health outcomes, and our role in public health is to help meet those challenges and help our population overcome those challenges. The final point that's made here relates to the vaccination campaign. It was just getting off the ground in the last several weeks and offered some glimmers of hope for us as we continue to respond to COVID-19. Of course, recent supply challenges that have just been announced by both the federal and the provincial government have dampened that activity somewhat, but we anticipate that as those supply issues are overcome in the next several weeks, that the COVID-19 vaccination campaign will be a significant component of that which is done by Toronto Public Health this year. It will be the largest immunization undertaking in the history of this country and in the history of this city. So that will obviously have significant impact on us as Toronto Public Health. At the bottom of the slide, just speaking to other risks and challenges, I've already touched on this somewhat, but we know that because so much of our effort is required to respond to COVID-19, whether it's managing outbreaks and cases or managing the immunization campaign. There are a number of services that we are simply not able to do at the regular level. They are either suspended or reduced in order that we can focus on COVID-19. And this, of course, gives rise to concern for us as a public health department, because these services do address needs within the community, and those needs did not disappear just because COVID has presented itself in our community. Turning to the next slide, we are looking at our 2021 priority actions. I'm sure you'll not be surprised to hear that a significant component of what we're looking at is COVID-19 response, and hopefully over time, COVID-19 recovery. So what this manifests in our budget is in respect of our operating budget, you'll note that there's a $59 million in cost related to the COVID-19 response. We will be seeking reimbursement from the province for this, and the vast majority of this is related to the annualized costs of additional public health staff that were required in order to manage our response to the pandemic. And as well, there were some other expenses, including the implementation of the new technology in order to support the response, and some additional medical supplies, PPE, and other services of a similar ilk. The budget also does take into consideration that there are staff that we have that are funded not through the Ministry of Health, but the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. They were redeployed to COVID-19 in 2020. And, the current budget considers that they will go back to the MCCSS programs, Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services programs in 2021. So those are the main issues there. With respect to capital projects, as I'm sure you can appreciate, we have readjusted capital projects due to the COVID response. There are a few projects that will proceed in 2021. In the realm of information technology, we have a project that will be proceeding for software to support some of our inspection work. And as well, we have some capital projects that will support our Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program. And in particular, to purchase dental vans to allow for mobile dental services to be provided as part of the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program. And as well, 2.1 million, as you'll see towards the bottom of the slide there, for dental clinic renovations. Priority actions for 2021 are listed at the bottom of the slide. They speak to the key objectives of the COVID-19 response, which have been unwavering throughout the entire response. Our goals are to prevent the loss of life, to preserve the capacity of the healthcare system, and to minimize the social and economic and overall broader health impacts related to the pandemic itself. But again, 2021 will continue to be heavily focused on the pandemic response at Toronto Public Health. So turning to the next slide, high-level overview of the operating and capital budget summary. As you can see here, a high-level summary, 2021 operating budget is 344.2 million gross, 124.4 million net. You'll note that the revenue does not include $59 million in cost related to the COVID-19 response. As I mentioned earlier, we will be seeking reimbursement from the province for this, but that is in effect why the net looks high at this particular point on this graph. With respect to, let's turn to the next slide, and so we can get into further details on the operating budget submission. Here we've got delineated our 2021 gross operating expenditures. I would just say this again, because we are focused on COVID, much of our expenditures are really going to be going towards COVID. We have these categories organized in their traditional functional areas, as we described earlier in the slide. But of course, the vast majority of our efforts and our resourcing are continuing to go towards the COVID response. Turning to the next slide, to give you a sense of where the money goes and where the money comes from, we are a people shop in Toronto Public Health. So the vast majority of our expenses relate to salaries and benefits. There are some funds that go towards the category of service and rent, This is largely taken up by service providers that we contract for various services, whether it's for such things as home visiting or funds that we provide to other agencies to provide services that are relevant to health. So for example, through the Toronto Urban Health Fund, those kinds of programs would be covered under services and rents. Other expenditures, most notably in this category would include the funds that go towards the student nutrition program. With respect to our major sources of funding, the province is our major source, as depicted on the right-hand side of this graph or the slide. And there is a component there that you'll see listed as federal subsidies. This is for the Toronto Voluntary Isolation Centre, which we got started in the fall of last year and will continue on for some time this year. And this is funded courtesy of our federal partners. So turning now to the net operating budget, you'll see that again, it's largely a reflection of COVID-19. The story for public health continues to be COVID-19 and COVID-19 related pressures, whether that's with respect to our work and clearly in respect of our budget. I would note that there is one component you'll see in the new and enhanced column, and this is for increased funding. And if you turn to the next slide, thank you. You'll see it's increased funding to the hassle-free clinic in order to allow for clinic capacity and to provide services, much needed services in the sexual health clinic system. This has been impacted by COVID-19 public health measures. We've closed a number of our locations given that they are in civic centers and the like, but sexual health service needs have not gone away. So we are providing funding to, or calling for funding to be provided to hassle-free clinic in order to allow for continued service in this important area. Continuing through the slides, this is, again, we're not a particularly capital heavy environment. I won't linger on these slides for particularly long. I think Althea and I would be very happy to take any questions that you may have on the rest of the slides. So Althea, if you want to just go through the slides very quickly, you'll see that, again, looking at our 10-year capital program, much of what we put into this area relates to technology and supports to the work that we do. And again, those tend to be very technologically focused. There are, again, you'll see on the right-hand side, some capital expenditures that relate to things like vans or clinic renovations and that kind of thing. But the vast majority of that, which we put within our capital program, relates to technology to support our work. However, for the next year, we are very much focused on the COVID response, have had to defer a number of our projects in this regard in order to have our staff focused on the COVID response, but are looking very much forward to that point in time when we can, see that COVID-19 is in the rearview mirror and perhaps can get back to, other things beyond COVID and infectious diseases at this point. So Althea, I'll just wrap up my presentation there. I think that takes us to the end of our presentation.
Thank you, Doctor. We'll now go to questions. Once I get the screen up. There we go. Okay, visiting counselors, questions. Actually, I don't see any visiting counselors. Okay, let's go to committee members. We'll start with Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Doctor, for the presentation and all your hard work over the past year. Truly phenomenal, and we're very grateful. I know the vaccine rollout is top of mind for the city and Torontonians right now. I'm wondering what the financial arrangement is between the province and the city for setting up the clinics and setting up the vaccination and staffing the professionals to do the vaccinations. Do we know what that looks like yet? Or is it just kind of get it done and we'll sort it out after?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for your question. Our budget does not include anything for vaccination at this point in time. We do know that this will be a significant undertaking for us, certainly, though. And what we have been advised by the province, as has been the case in previous pandemics and with previous mass immunization undertakings, is that we collect all the information in terms of the expenses that we incur as a result of setting up these clinics and providing these mass immunization services. And we fully expect that they will be funded. We have received some communication from the Chief Medical Officer of Health to this effect.
So that's the expectation is we take the initiative, we roll it out, we get it done, and then there's the flow through dollars that come from the province to account for those costs.
That is correct.
Okay, very good. That's helpful. Thank you. And then the other thing I wanted to touch on, contact tracing. I know particularly, I suppose earlier in the pandemic, this was a big focus of discussion. And I'm wondering if you could walk us through the efforts we've made to do contact tracing, how that's changed over the course of the pandemic, how many contact tracers we started with, what we have now going forward. And yeah, just a little bit on the contact tracing, because I know that was something we were really focused on in the beginning and continues to be important.
Sure. So through the chair, very huge undertaking for us, very high level summary. We started off at the beginning of the pandemic with about 50 people who worked in that area of case and contact management. And at this point in time, the numbers fluctuate a little bit from time to time, but we're in and around the range of about 900 at this point in time. We have grown our numbers significantly. So some of these have been people that have been redeployed from other areas of Toronto Public Health, and for others we've brought on board. We've also sought to develop all kinds of technology to support our efforts. We developed our own in-house information management system back in the spring, in the middle of a pandemic, because the existing provincial software, which was quite old, just wasn't up to the task, especially for the volume of cases that we had. We deployed other forms of technology as well, whether it's through automated calling technology. We've used texting technology to support our work as well, to try to reach as many people as possible in as short a period of time as is possible. We have partnered with other agencies and worked with assessment centers to try to facilitate the movement of tests and results so as to start case and contact management efforts earlier, because one of the delays we found was just getting the results of the tests. And as well, we have partnered with the Ministry of Health. They have hired their own roster of both contact tracers and case managers, and we're working with them and their resources in order to augment our own human resources on this file.
So just to clarify, 50 is like what we would normally carry on the roster of staff in a ordinary non-pandemic sort of world, and now we're at 900 into response, obviously, COVID-19, where we are today.
Yes, that's the short, high-level summary on what we've done in that and staffing.
Okay, thanks for the clarification on those 2 points, and again, thanks for all your work. Very grateful. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata.
On Councillor Bradford's question about the vaccine rollout. So it will be funded by the province, but the clinics will be managed by the city?
Yes, at this point, that, as is the case, so similar to the flu vaccine campaign, we'll set up clinics.
Yeah.
But the funding will come through the Ministry of Health. That's the way it has been done in the past, and that's certainly the communications we've received from the province.
So who would decide on who gets the vaccine?
So when it comes to prioritization of populations for vaccine, that is the responsibility of the province.
Okay, so the province will be notifying residents or whoever to get the vaccine, and And so they're eligible to get it by appointment. I'm just trying to figure out how it is because I'm getting a lot of questions on that from my residents, and I wasn't really sure what the answer was.
So through the chair, I think the province is actually still doing a lot of the working up of how they plan to do this. What they have provided so far is prioritization in the first phase, which is focused largely on long-term care and healthcare workers. And as they expand, they should be telling us, certainly at local public health, we may have to help augment the message, but the prioritization overall is their responsibility.
Yeah, so I do realize it's long-term care priority now, but as we move along, Okay, thank you to that. And thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, on behalf of all of us, Doctor, thank you very much again for all the work you're doing and your entire team. The service that you've been giving the city over the last year has been just outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next we have a presentation from Toronto Community Housing Corporation. I'll just get set up.
Okay, I'm in the meeting, I think. Pretty sure, yeah, I see myself on the list.
Good morning, members. Just doing a sound and video check.
We can hear you quite well, Kevin.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you. Next slide, please, Scott. Just, I'm sure many of you are familiar with what we do at Toronto Community Housing, but just to provide a brief summary, we do house or provide homes to over 110,000 residents in Toronto through a network of 2,100 buildings. And our tenants, as I'm sure you recognize, are some of the most vulnerable residents in the city. 43% of our population have a member with a disability that lives with them. 29% of our tenants live alone, and you can appreciate that that is particularly troublesome during the times of COVID. 26% of our households are led by a single parent, and 12% of our tenants identify at least one member who has a mental health issue. If I look at our capital program, we have a comprehensive 10-year building repair program, of which we are in the middle of, that plans to return our complete portfolio to a state of good repair by 2026. And during this year, we completed $350 million in building restoration. In addition, relative to development, we have 7 active revitalization development projects underway throughout the city, which when complete will deliver 3,200 units to the TCHC portfolio. Next please, Scott. In terms of our overall priorities and outcomes, we certainly look to deliver tenants of benefit through quality homes, and we primarily do this through our building capital repair program, our revitalization program, and our maintenance programs as well. We look to deliver consistent service to our tenants to meet their needs, provide a connection to a number of support programs, as well as basic landlord services to them. And in addition, we look to ensure that our tenants feel safe in their communities, and through this program, we've obviously have our own community safety unit that delivers not only security services, but more importantly, we have a program that looks at support services as well, and we've got a focus on 18 high needs communities in that area. Scott, next page, please. Just quickly, because we haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk this year, I thought I'd just highlight some of the impacts of 2020 and the accomplishments we've achieved. We, like other city agencies, had a significant impact from COVID. We got a cost pressure of around $24 million in terms of COVID this year, half of which we mitigated through efficiencies and savings. You'll recall that last year we announced an an operations restructure that had a tenant-centric service hub, and we deployed that model through 2020 in spite of COVID. We developed enhanced community safety programs. I think I mentioned 18, it's actually 19 high priority communities. We've also launched the first phase of the services integrated model in the seniors portfolio. And that actually was launched in December of this year. So I mentioned we continue to have a significant level of building capital repair occurring throughout the portfolio. We actually achieved a record of $350 million in capital repair effectiveness as we were able to rebalance the individual projects within the building repair program to adjust to the needs of COVID. As a result of that, we've actually achieved a facilities condition index, which is a key index of which we measure the health of the building portfolio, if you would. We've achieved that realization 3.5 years before what we anticipated in our base plan a few years ago. We've also negotiated releases of the Infrastructure Ontario Capital Reserves fund that we needed to keep, which has actually freed up capital for us to have a fully funded capital plan, including our own capital, the capital provided by the city, and the capital provided by the province. And last but not least, we implemented track 1 of our IT modernization project on schedule and without incident. Next page, please, Scott. Just turning to 2021. As we prepared our budget, we had to deal with some non-discretionary cost increases, and we've offset about $24 million of those costs through efficiencies and improvements to our plan. And that's resulted in a break-even operating budget with flat funding from the city prior to COVID pressures. And the COVID pressures that we anticipate next year is just a little over $37 million, about half of which is as a result of rent reductions through the various programs that have been implemented by the province. We also expect to launch phase 2 of the integrated services model in the seniors portfolio, which will take in another 2 regions across the city. As I mentioned, for the first time, we have a fully funded 10-year capital plan for our building repair. And we'll continue to see our facilities condition index, which has peaked, decline to its target of 10%, realizing that target in 2026. And next year, as a result of the work that we are doing on the development projects, we will deliver 390 rental replacement units, and we'll have a further 514 units on construction. And last but not least, there was a significant debt issue which remained unresolved, and we managed to be able to put in a plan that will actually fully retire the $450 million bond debt that exists within the corporation on its due dates of 2037 and 2040. What I'd like to do now is turn the presentation over to our Chief Operating Officer, Sheila Penny, and our Chief Financial Officer, Roseanne Lee, who will take you through the rest of our dialogue today.
Thank you, Kevin. As Kevin mentioned, in 2020, we came through a significant restructuring of Toronto Community Housing, largely driven by the work and the outcome from the first task force, where we have set out to bring our services closer to the tenants within their homes, within their buildings. We have 3 regions now within the company, East, West, and Central. Each region has approximately 30 tenant serviced hubs, which are responsible with integrated teams for delivering services for in the order of 300 to 400 units. That decentralization, bringing services closer to tenants. We're also embarking on a program of measuring performance that we deliver to tenants in key landlord functions, cleaning, maintenance, tenancy management, but also in community supports, community safety and well-being. So we have established service quality indicators. We will receive or have received input from staff and we will be going out to get input from our tenants as well, so that we can accurately reflect, record, and respond to service issues at a very local, granular level. Next slide, please, Scott. So you see the results here of the first tranche of information that has come in from staff across the portfolio. Staff have measured how capable they are, how well they are equipped to deliver service to tenants. The next step in this process is to get tenant leadership established in each tenant service hub, and then go to the leadership in those hubs, go to those tenants and ask them to weigh in on the same set of service quality indicators. And where there's a discrepancy, where tenants feel that service could be improved, management will be going out to those hubs and putting plans in place to bring the service up to an acceptable level. We have had a delay in implementing the tenant feedback on these service quality indicators due to COVID. We had planned an election across the portfolio in April that was deferred due to COVID. We have moved ahead in establishing tenant leadership remotely and have just completed phase 1, and we'll see the first results of tenant input on service that they're receiving by the end of Q1 in 2021. Next slide, please, Scott. So our key risks and challenges in 2021, we have been able to mitigate within our 2021 budget non-COVID related issues, but like many other city departments, our biggest risk and challenge financially in 2021 will be responding to COVID. On the revenue side, we'll see a reduction, a shortfall in revenue of 21.5 million. The largest piece of that, 17.4 million, as a result of lost revenue due to the provincial rent cap, where we're not able to increase rent. And on the expenditure side, be similar to our experience in 2020. We have to continue to spend on overtime in some facilities to keep our cleaning up to a COVID standard, disinfecting, on PPE and utilities. So key risks and challenges in 2021, largely driven by COVID. And with that, I will turn it over to Roseanne to walk you through our operating and capital budget submission.
Okay, so taking you through a high-level view of our operating budget. For the 2020 projection, we're reporting net expenditure of $0. So the 2020 includes COVID impact of $24.8 million, and we had offset that by efficiencies and savings. So leaves a remaining shortfall of $13.5 million. So you see net expenditures of $0 because we are making the assumption that we will receive a reimbursement for this amount through the provincial or the federal COVID funding programs. For 2021, the overall budget shortfall is $37.5 million, and this is completely COVID related. As you can see, excluding the COVID numbers, we are coming in with a break-even budget with net expenditures of $0. At the $37.5 million for COVID, the largest impact will be from the lost revenue due to the provincial rent cap, as where we are not able to increase rents. We are estimating this amount to be $17.4 million based on reviewing historical tenant data. So on the expenditure side, it is similar to our current 2020, where the majority of the $16 million in the gross expenditure column there is on staff overtime, PP&E, and increased utilities as tenants stay at home more. Moving on to the next slide, where our money goes and where it comes from. So the sources of our so this slide shows the sources of our funding and the major line items of where our money is spent. Over 75% of our budget spend is towards frontline operations, mortgage and principal, and utilities. Our business model includes a large number of non-discretionary expenses before we even consider any new programs. So those are the mortgages, the utility rates increases, et cetera. So we have completely offset $24 million up in non-discretionary cost increases by finding efficiencies and savings to get to a net zero budget before COVID. So our operations are funded mainly by two sources. Rent revenue from our tenants make up approximately 60% of our budget, with the remaining funds coming from the city. The 2021 operating subsidy provided by the city remains unchanged from 2020 levels at $251 million. Moving on to the capital budget. Our portfolio consists of 58,500 units in 2,100 buildings, and this is with an impact value of approximately $10.5 billion. For our 10-year capital budget, building repair capital is $350 million for 2021, with the 10-year plan totaling $2.7 billion. 1.6 is funded by the city, and the remainder is mainly funded through our CMHC National Housing Strategy loan. The development capital is $103 million for 2021, with the 10-year plan totaling $457.8 million. The capital program breakdown, where the money goes and where it comes from. The total capital program for 2021, as you can see, is $453 million. That's made up of $350 million for building capital repair and $103 for development. The majority of the spend is towards planned capital, 47%, demand capital of 20%, and development 23%, with the remaining 10% going towards energy and other capital. In terms of funding for the program, the $350 million is through city funding of $160, CMHC funding of $150, and the remaining through other sources, including our own reserves. For development capital, the funding is a combination of grants, land sales, and shares of profits from the sale of our developer market buildings. Next slide just gives you an idea of our 10-year capital program, $3.2 billion. This table shows the various categories of spend with some examples of the type of work within each of them. So the majority, 55.7%, or $1.7 billion, will be spent on planned capital to maintain our buildings, 22% on demand capital, and the remaining on the other capital and energy programs. The 10-year capital program for development is of $457.8 million is on our in-flight projects in our revitalization communities. In terms of how the 10-year program is funded, for the first time, as Kevin had mentioned, for the first time in the company's history, we do have a fully funded 10-year building repair capital program. So that is mainly coming from the city funding of the $1.6 billion, which is funded $160 million annually, and the federal funding of $1.1 billion is from the CMHC National Housing Strategy Fund, and that's a combination of loans and grants. The other funding is primarily revenue from our in-flight revitalization projects. And finally, our capital needs constraints. We still have, this slide represents the revitalization projects that are not in flight yet. So meaning these are not board or council approved yet, and these are preliminary estimates associated with these projects. And you'll see the list of the capital revitalization communities that we've listed out there that makes up the 472. It's Fir Grove, Lawrence Heights Phase 2 and 3, and then Regent Park Phase 4 and 5. So Regent Park Phase 4 and 5 has recently been awarded to Tridel, and as we finalize on the anchor business plan and get an approved plan, these will move into the in-flight project in the next round of the budget for 2022. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee. Questions from committee members? We'll start with Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. So there is a total investment of $160 million in the capital. And so that will be an annual investment of $160 million?
Yes, Councillor, that's included in the 10-year capital plan at the city of $160 million.
So, and does this provide the stable and suitable funding which the organization needs to plan for the future and improve the lives of tenants?
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay, so now this year as well, you started this year bringing in some of our buildings for contract management, and this year in 2020, you brought it in-house. So can you just give me an update on that, and how is that moving along?
Sure, and I'll ask Sheila to add any other details if you wish. But we brought in the Western Western Region Contract Manage portfolio. That was a project that was an area that was managed by Dell, and we brought that in phases over 3 months. And so we have, and Sheila can tell us the exact number of units that we brought in. But we have transitioned that as of the end of the year.
Okay, so I guess it's just early in the process if we can see if there's been any savings, correct?
We didn't expect that there would be necessarily savings from this. The biggest reason that we looked at doing this is we expected it to be relatively cost neutral. There's a slight increase in cost with us direct managing it, but that's really related to the increase in service delivery that we are providing in these units. And the feedback from tenants generally over the first 60 days or so of the transition, Councillor, has been favorable.
Yeah, and service delivery is a priority to tenants. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions? Let me see the Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Carroll? Oh, okay. I don't know if you heard Councillor Fletcher. I don't know if you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome.
After mine.
I didn't actually welcome Councillor Fletcher. Did you have questions?
I thought you were doing committee members first.
We generally, we've been doing outside committee members, but we can sneak you in if you want to do that, or you can wait.
That's fine.
Okay, why don't you go ahead?
I'm happy. I can ask my questions. Thank you. I wanted to ask two questions. What is your, and I'm going to ask about the violence reduction project, and that's the CSU. What is your budget for CSU? And CSU is the Special Constables Unit. How many of them are there? And how many have been added over the last year and year before?
I'm going to direct that to Sheila.
CSU complement is 272, down 3 from 2020. The Special Constable force has largely been flat, with the exception of the violence reduction program that was introduced in 2019.
And how many officers were added in 2019?
So I would have to go back through the staffing complement to get you the accurate information, Councillor, but I believe it was in the order of 50 special constables to provide.
Okay, 50, yeah. And
in that order, yeah.
Budget line for the 272?
272, I'm going to ask Roseanne to give me the...
It's $33 million for the full CSU unit.
Does that include the cars? Does that include the buildings? Does that include, or is it just the salaries?
That's the total budget for CSU.
Is it the salary budget?
It's the total budget, including buildings, leasing, cars, anything related to CSU. That's the total.
And are there any new buildings that are there headquarters that are being put in different places for CSU? different parts of the city?
CSU has 3 regional centers that they dispatch out of and 1 central location.
And they are regionally? Which ones and where's the central?
There are 3 regionally, 1 centrally. The West region operates out of a leased premises, West and Central out of a leased premises on a street called Wildcat in North York. The central office operates out of 415 Girard. We're just moving them across to there from Moss Park. And the West region operates out of a building, and I'd have to bring you the address.
So Weston is out of Wildcat. 415 Girard, is that a leased building, Sheila, or is that a?
It's one of the buildings that was associated with Regent that is being vacated.
Is that a permanent location?
No.
Okay, and Carl Hall is a building, is that the central?
Sorry, Central operates out of the premises at Wildcat, the leased premises at Wildcat.
Okay, could we get a breakdown, please? I'd just like salaries out, leased buildings out, cars. I mean, I think that's helpful for us to look at. And that 272 includes the 50 officers that you'd added in.
Correct.
And I'll just ask, is there a budget line for anti-Black racism this year for TCHC to be working on that? Staff complement and other initiatives? And if so, what is it?
I'll turn that back to our CEO.
How many staff have you hired? How many new staff have been brought on to implement an anti-Black racism program or develop initiatives in that?
Oh, thank you, Councillor. We've brought on 6 staff, a manager and an assistant, and 4 support individuals to design and implement the anti-Black racism strategy at TCHC. I don't have the actual budget number for that group, but I'd be glad to provide that to you.
And who is leading the HR strategy, and what position are they in the corporation for looking at anti-Black racism, promotion of BIPOC, and hiring of BIPOC individuals?
So we've got a diversity strategy that is part of the HR group. It is led by Barbara Schulman, who is the Vice President of Human Resources within the organization. That is a separate initiative from the Anti-Black Racism Group, which reports directly to me.
And you have a diversity hire for that, and do they sit directly under the Ms. Schulman, or where are they placed in the organization?
They're part of the recruitment organization that reports into Barbara. Yes.
It's a direct report?
It is not a direct report. No.
Is there a reason why it's not a direct report?
I could speak to Barbara about that, but I think that was the way
did she design this, or I think she got there after you designed it?
This was after it was designed, and that's actually one of the things that she's looking at, at my request.
That's your last question, Councillor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I think we go now to Councillor Carroll. I think you had your hand up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I'm wondering if we can go back to the capital program, the review of spending, ability to spend in capital on page 12. I'm wondering if you can unpack this for me a little bit. So, am I reading this chart right? Whatever you set out to repair, you get it done year after year, 100%. Whatever was in your program, it all gets done.
Yes. The short answer to that question is yes, Councillor.
So what this graph is telling me is that you repair as much as you can afford to repair. If we gave you more money, you'd be repairing more things.
I would say that the facilities management team would love to have more money to repair more. And so part of it, how we accomplish that, we actually have a detailed 3-year plan that actually breaks out the various levels of projects. And that was one of the reasons that when we had to defer some projects in 2020 for COVID, we could advance projects that we had planned to do in 2021 that would not be COVID impact, that allowed us to spend the full budget allocation.
Okay. And what works itself into the repair budget? What sort of projects are in this classification? Does this go all the way to including in-unit repairs, or are those types of things that are done by ops staff most of the time?
For a lot of the in-unit repairs, because they are relatively small and discrete projects, are part of just the regular maintenance program. If we were taking on a substantial, program that would affect a whole building, where we wanted to do something within the unit, within the whole building. So, for example, in a number of the buildings, we are replacing the windows for energy. That is part of the building capital repair program.
Sure, that's what I mean. So if it's being done to a number of units, it really needs to be in the capital program. But in terms of just filling work orders for tenants, if that gets done largely by ops staff on site, complex by complex, how do you track your ability to get that done?
Sheila, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So we have a demand repair maintenance budget, and that is tracked by work order. There are weekly reports prepared, and management reviews the weekly reports to make sure that we're keeping up with the maintenance requests.
Okay. And how are we doing in that regard?
So with the advent of COVID, not as well as we would like to, because it is difficult to get access to units, but if the repairs are essential to hot water, heat, general maintenance, we will go in with PPE with the consent of the tenant to make the repair. Absolutely. We have deferred some cosmetic upgrades in unit because of the difficulties of accessing units through COVID.
Right. I just wondered if you have an over across the system way of tracking it, how well you're doing it, and where it sort of stands out. Oh, it's not happening in this particular complex. Then you need to address that. And are there funds in the budget that allow you to be that nimble? We have a problem here. Work orders are backing up. We need to get in there and catch up.
There are, and I spoke in our presentation about the service quality indicators. So what we'll be doing is going out community by community, getting feedback from tenant leadership in those communities. Are we meeting your expectations for maintenance at a granular level? So we'll know through tenant experience if we're meeting those requests locally. And we're very excited about seeing that come through. So it won't just be a system, it will be informed by actual tenant experience.
Okay, excellent. And so coming out of COVID, I would assume that we have the same sort of problem here, that some of the impact is going to be afterwards, when other orders of government are less interested in helping us. They're into recovering the debt they incurred for COVID. We're going to go into probably a decade of difficult times. And I would expect that means that a lot of people, because they've had prolonged unemployment, or they don't get right back to work afterwards, they're going to end up on our list. There was media the other day about the introduction of, at long last, I was very excited, I have to say, Kevin, to see that at long last, we're going to look at a digital way of people making sure they stay on the waiting list. But I got very excited, and then at the end of the article, it looked like it's still a vision. So is that in this budget? Is that in this the 5-year capital plan that we saw today? How imminent is that?
Your last question.
And sorry, Councillor, I just want to make sure, are you talking about the waitlist management piece? Is that what?
Yeah.
Yes.
It seems to me we've got a whole bunch of people that have been there for 20 years, and we're about to get a whole bunch of people who join it for the first time.
Right. I mean, in terms of the waitlist management and the ability to fill that, we're working with SHHA in terms of the implementation, of the systems, that this year being 2021, that will actually speed that process. With regard to, how big that wait list is and how long people wait on that wait list. That's a function of inventory. And so you heard me talk about that over the development cycle, we're going to bring on, over the next 10 years or so, another 3,000 units, on stream of that. But it really gets to the total inventory of affordable units that are available, affordable and deeply affordable RGI units that are available.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was just the reason I was excited by that article is the equity piece that we're asking people to manage their own, whether or not they stay on that list from year to year to year. Yeah. When their circumstances are difficult, some of them drop off the list, and that's often the advocacy piece councillors play is how do you get them back on the list, and how do you get them credit for the years they were on it and then they dropped off because we have this manual process. So that digital process is what you're talking about, hopefully being able to start in 2021?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks very much. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Council. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Kevin and your team, for some great work this year again.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good luck to all of you.
Committee members, we have the last part of today, which are the accountability officers. So there are no presentations. It'll be question and answer only. So if I believe they're going to be coming up. So what we'll do, we'll run through them. We'll do the AG first, the Integrity Commissioner, Lobbyist Registrar, then the Ombudsman for the end. So we'll start with the Auditor General. Welcome. And we'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none. Oh, Councillor McKelvey, are you waving or are you asking questions?
No, I'll just ask a question. What are some of the big audits that we'll expect to see from you this year? And do you know, I know it's hard to do, but do you know how much money you saved us last year as you continue to do year over year such a great job of?
So for the audits coming up this year, it's quite exciting. We are actually have in the process of signing an MOU with police. So there's going to be a couple of police audits this year that we're going to be able to produce. There's also winter maintenance cost benefit analysis that will be coming out in May. That might be a big opportunity for saving. We'll know more when we get closer to that. And also we continue to work on the spectrum of shelter housing, and so that's kind of really exciting also. So there's those three areas. In relation to savings, we're still tracking for every dollar invested. We're at about $10.5 to $11, but I have to throw kudos out to the city. When I look at SSHA, when I look at, also TTC, and I look at courts, they really do grab hold of the recommendations and they really do implement. So we're only at one piece, but it's a partnership to realize the savings. And so I want to thank the city for that too. So we have lots of exciting audits coming up. Some of them will be, I believe, positive for the city as far as dollars go, but we don't know the exact numbers until we finish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Beverly. Next, the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. Oh, sorry. Councillor Nunziata had some questions. I apologize.
Just one question, sorry, for the last minute. So as far as the savings, as we discussed previously, the departments are to itemize a line item on the savings from your recommendations. And so have they been doing that? Because I haven't seen it.
So, Councillor, within 2 weeks, we're going to be able to draw a map to the savings. Within the budgets, some have, like courts, some TTC, some have, and some have not enumerated the link back to the Auditor General's office in some cases. Part of this is because the follow-ups and the working with the project that we intended to have with financial planning was a bit delayed because of COVID. So we're well underway within the next 2 weeks, and before budget ends, you're going to see that
that nexus, the link between the two. So not to worry, they're doing some work, but we're still verifying some numbers and still making some links. So if you can hold off for 2 weeks, you'll have it before the end of the budget cycle. Thank you.
As you know, that's always been my project. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We're going to get there, Councillor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Seeing no other questions, let's go next to the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. Looks like everyone is good with the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. How about Lobbyist Registrar? That's good news too. No questions. Excellent. Finally, the Ombudsman. There we go. I think that's good news for all of you. There are no questions on your budgets that you've submitted, so that's good news. Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you. I appreciate all the work you do, and of course, coming out today. Even though there were no questions, the work that you do is much needed for the city, so thank you.
Very kind. Thank you.
Thanks.
Members, that is it for the day. We have finished the presentations. We will meet again tomorrow morning at 9:30 for round 2 of budget presentations. Thank you, everyone, for your day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Chief.
Bye-bye.